signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Please take your seats. Mr Jim Allister has been given leave to make a statement on the EU proposal to invoke Article 16, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject, and I would remind members that I will not take points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Anyone who thought that the EU was a benevolent organisation with Northern Ireland's best interests at heart, and that the protocol was a manifestation of that, had a wake-up call on Friday night, including those in this House who have demanded the rigorous implementation of the protocol. In a few hours on Friday evening, we saw the true heart of the organisation to which many in this House are slavish devotees. To think of it, that the EU thought it appropriate that they would cut off exports, when it arose, of life-saving vaccines to the people of Northern Ireland. That was the proposal, and that was a telling insight into just what the protocol is all about and what type of organisation we're dealing with the EU. For me, Mr Speaker, there are 3 points to take away from this episode. First, the callous self-interest of the EU, that they care nothing for the people of Northern Ireland, even in circumstances where they might need vaccines to save lives. Doesn't matter. Second takeaway point is that, after all, it turns out an Irish land border is possible, if and when it suits the EU, no problem, because that would have been the manifestation of the decision. A land border would have kept the vaccines out. And the third takeaway for me is that it doesn't take very much, obviously, to cause Article 16 to be invoked. So what's keeping you, Prime Minister Boris Johnson? Because a far more serious situation pertained that was allegedly justifying the EU action. The far more serious situation is that our trade has been strangled, our East-West relationships have been emasculated, our consumers are being starved of supplies which are necessary, a matter of laughter for the Alliance Party, but not a matter of laughter for those who suffer the belligerence of the EU through their protocol. And it will get worse, because by this time next year, under this very protocol, when the noose tightens, our medicines will be under the control of Brussels. That is what the protocol says. So if ever there's a wake-up call to recognise the malevolent and iniquitous intent of the protocol, this is it. And there's an urgency now of unstitching it, and I trust to anyone whom the union matters most, they will set about that through actions as well as words.
And I call Arlene Foster.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this matter of the day. A very important matter, of course, the actions of the European Union on Friday last, and it has caused significant dismay and distress, as the member who secured this matter of the day has alluded to. And it was wrong and it was unnecessary, and I think we all know that that is the case. But the first strike by the European Union of triggering Article 16 at the very first opportunity, without consultation, it would appear, without thought or consideration of the welfare of the people of Northern Ireland, has rightly been condemned by all. Firstly, it is important to be clear about what the European Union did. The export controls extended only to Great Britain due to the existence of the protocol, and therefore there had to take deliberate and particular action to trigger Article 16 in order to ensure that we, the people of Northern Ireland, would not be able to obtain any vaccines through that route. I think that's very striking, and it's very horrific in equal measure. But it's also important, Mr. Speaker, to highlight the nature of the action of the European Union. This was no accident or some inadvertent mistake, as some have tried to allege. The EU had been working on this all of last week. It was done with purpose and it was done with intention. It was only due to the public furore that they changed their mind. However, even that U-turn, and I think members need to realise that, is heavily caveated. Their statement from the European Union makes clear that they hold in reserve invoking Article 16, and they intend to use it if they feel that they need to use it. That doesn't give any assurance or guarantee, and that is completely unacceptable. So the first triggering of Article 16 not only by the EU, but deployed not to protect the people of Northern Ireland, but in an attempt to stop people across all communities here from getting life-saving vaccinations. Shame. We must also put this into context, Mr. Speaker. The EU triggered Article 16 before rightfully backtracking under significant pressure in order to protect an anticipatory problem with their supply lines. Article 16 allows unilateral action by any party to the protocol to protect against serious harm caused by the provisions, which means that the United Kingdom can take action without agreement to protect disruption on our supply lines and to protect the people of Northern Ireland. The protocol was imposed upon the people of Northern Ireland. I have always opposed it, and despite significant protestation and logical argument against its provision, it is still here. Too many people have been fooled by what it seemed on paper, but reality has bit, and unionists across the length and breadth of Northern Ireland are in anguish. And that may not matter to the people opposite me, but it should matter. It should matter that everyone in Northern Ireland are being denied supply of trade. And if they really care about all of the people of Northern Ireland, they will act.
Thank you. And I call John O'Dowd.
I think from the outset of this debate and other commentary, whether it's in the media or in halls up and down the country, people have to have calm heads. People have to reflect on the implications of their words in our society. Only recently we've seen events in Washington where Mr. Trump made a very passionate speech to his supporters and marched them up to the top of the hill and left them there. And many in this society have faced the inside of courtrooms, police stations and jails because of loud voices from people who march them up to the top of the hill and then leave them there. So no one's going to get more angrier than Jim Allister in this room. So let's not try to. Let's be calm, let's be measured, and let's look at exactly what's going on. The EU Commission was wrong. It was wrong, simply wrong. Whatever the motivations were, however they come to that decision, they were wrong in doing so. And how was it the decision? How was it ensured that that decision was not implemented? It was through diplomacy. Diplomacy brought it to the point where sense reigned in the EU Commission that they did not actually trigger Article 16. It wasn't angry words or foot stomping or statements from this one or that one about what might happen within the loyalist community. It was diplomacy. So let's use diplomacy. If there are genuine concerns within the unionist community, we are prepared to listen to them, we are prepared to work with you, and we are prepared to overcome those problems. Be very sure of that. But I've said this in this House before. When you drove Brexit through, did you listen to any concerns from the Nationalist and Republican community? Did you listen to the concerns of the 56% of people who voted against Brexit? Did you listen to the warnings you were given that the British government would sell you down the river? No, you didn't. So let's learn from the mistakes of the past and don't repeat the mistakes in the future. The issues around the protocol can be resolved. No one is starving, as Mr. Allister claims. The economy has not been strangled as a result of the protocol. Those are all myths. They're mistruths. And they're provocative in their term. So let's calm ourselves. Let's work with each other. Let's work with the Dublin and British Government. Let's work with the EU and ensure whatever outstanding issues there are around the protocol can be resolved. But I plead to you, calm your language, stop sabre-rattling, and we will get through this. Thank you.
And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the European Commission did on Friday was wrong. It was unjustified and it was not acceptable. My party called it out, as others did, as did the Irish Government, as indeed did the UK Government. It was right to call it out, and it was right that it was quickly corrected. It's concerning that it happened in the first place. It underlines the need for all of us to ensure that those who are implementing the protocol understand the sensitivity of the issues at stake, whether that's on an east-west or a north-south basis, and that they treat the treaty obligations with which they entered into with the seriousness that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, I am trying today to keep my voice even and to treat this sensitive issue with sensitivity and a degree of moderation. It is incumbent on all of us in this society to take our words seriously, and I say that to all of those in this chamber because Brexit has happened. I didn't want Brexit. It's true that there are specific areas of east-west disruption. I'll come on to those in a second. There will be a range of other areas of north-south disruption. Northern Ireland isn't in the European Union anymore. We're in the single market for goods. There are a few specific areas where we align to the EU single market, but to come on to those in practice, because some of the language and rhetoric that's been used around the protocol is not just irresponsible, it's inaccurate. The protocol relates, one of the big areas of disruption in east-west trade has been around what is called, and it's technical, sanitary and phytosanitary rules, Mr. Speaker, the movement of plant and animal products across the Irish Sea. No one ever, anywhere, has suggested a plausible way there could be a border in plant and animal health rules on the island of Ireland. There are farms which straddle both jurisdictions on this island. It isn't plausible. So we need to be honest with each other, and we need to be honest with the people that we represent. And I see the member for North Antrim smiling at that, but we all have a responsibility. Those of us who think there's an alternative to making this protocol work and to making this place, this complicated place work, should explain what our alternative is. Now, when it comes to the protocol, there are specific issues where we need to work together and lobby the European Commission for easements, derogations, and processes to be made easier. We need to lobby the UK Government to ensure that British businesses, GB businesses I should say, are completely prepared for this change. We also need, and I've heard the First Minister allude to some of this, and we want to work with her on it, and all parties, to look for some of the benefits that might accrue to this place. We have, for the first time, a potential competitive advantage in Northern Ireland. We have access to both the GB market and the EU single market for goods. Let's focus on that. Some of us in this chamber are sometimes told we're talking Northern Ireland down. I'm not. I want us to maximise our potential from where we go from here, and I want others to think very seriously about the language that they use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Steve Egan.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, and may I commend indeed the member for North Antrim for bringing this matter of the day to us today. And I will use calm and particularly moderate language, and bearing in mind that the numbers of time I have stood in this Assembly and have raised the issue about us all working together to make sure there were appropriate derogations and this protocol, if it ever came into position, wouldn't be designed to damage the Northern Ireland economy, which, quite frankly, it is. I don't think there is any member in this Assembly who is not aware of the impacts on our economy. There are very many areas that need to be derogated. Indeed, so much of it needs to be derogated. One has to ask, as one normally does when you look at an international treaty, whether in fact it is rational, whether it is responsible, and whether it is proportionate. It is quite clear that the Northern Ireland Protocol is not. It was designed specifically to deal with the North-South issue, but what it has created is very much an East-West issue. And because Northern Ireland is fully integrated, interconnected and interdependent with the rest of our nation, despite what some people may think, we are now in a situation that day in, day out, our economy, our society and our culture and virtually every aspect of Northern Ireland life is being impacted. We, as the Ulster Unionist Party, have said for a considerable period of time that the use of Article 16 should be there and it should be used. And if we look rationally and calmly at Annex 7, we look at what should have happened, but in fact didn't happen, we now see there is an opportunity here. Because if we do call Article 16, which I hope the Prime Minister does, we have a period of opportunity for reflection and discussion. But here is the significant issue. There is no Northern Ireland voice at the table. We can attend, we can sit as observers, but we are not treated as equals. We're not treated as equals with the British government, and we're not treated as equals with the Europeans. That has to change. And indeed, when the Vice President of the EU says we need to have a reset, or the EU Commission says we need to have a reset, we should be having a reset. And we should be calling Article 16, and we should be taking a considerable period of time and reflection to sort this out. But we, this Assembly, and the parties of the Northern Ireland Executive should have a seat at that table to be able to make those decisions. We cannot do that at the moment, because quite frankly, the EU has shown that the best interests of Northern Ireland are not at their hearts, and I'm not overly sure that Boris Johnson has got the best interests of Northern Ireland either. Mr. Speaker, we need to be at that table. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, let's be absolutely clear. There is and was no justification for the European Union invoking Article 16 or attempting to invoke it. The last thing that the EU, the United Kingdom and indeed the world needs is a vaccine war. So shame on the EU for what they attempted to do. But we need also to be clear, Mr. Speaker, that there was no such thing as a good or sensible Brexit. However, we are where we are. Those in this House who turned down and indeed opposed a range of moderate means to manage Brexit have failed to do so. They thought that their hard Brexit was the way forward, rejecting such proposals as were made by former Prime Minister Theresa May. It is hypocritical of those to criticise, on the one hand, the EU and at the same time to continue to call on the GB government to invoke Article 16. There are issues which need to be resolved, a wide range of issues which need to be resolved. My party is working on those. I challenge others around this chamber today to say what they've been doing to work to resolve the issues. That's what we're about. There are issues like bespoke solutions on SPS checks, parcels, pet passports, mutual recognition of qualifications, trade into and out of the Republic of Ireland and the United Kingdom, groupage, qualifying goods, frontier workers, shared prosperity funds, environmental issues and employment law issues. There's a long list of issues which need to be resolved between the United Kingdom and the EU to the benefit of Northern Ireland. We need to be working on those issues, not shouting and screaming at each other across this chamber. And I do have to say to Mr Allister that I'm not aware of anyone in Northern Ireland who's been starved as a result of Brexit. I am aware, however, of those who struggle to put food on the table. Shame on this House and the parties in this chamber that have contributed to that. Mr Speaker, it is important that we all calmly address the issues that are in front of us today. Article 16 and the debacle that took place over the weekend has actually got an upside to it. It has opened a door for further and genuine discussion. It has allowed both the EU, and I have to say respectfully, the way in which the GB government have addressed this issue was addressed well over the weekend. But it has clearly achieved an opportunity for everybody in this chamber and for all the parties to get together and to address those issues. I call on the First Minister and the Executive to deal with these matters through their Brexit subcommittee. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Sadly, some of the contributions today have been entirely predictable. But let me be clear, the European Union Commission's decision to invoke Article 16 on Friday was wrong. Those who invoked it would do well to learn a lot more about Northern Ireland, ensure lessons are genuinely learnt, and perhaps take this week to read the Good Friday Agreement, plus the background to the establishment of the European Union. Vaccine nationalism certainly wasn't part of the vision set out by the founders of the European Union. To those in this House who now call for retaliatory action, simply put, two wrongs don't make a right, nor does ongoing inflammatory language and tactics help resolve problems. All these tactics do is a disservice to consumers and also to businesses. Alliance has been working hard ever since the Brexit referendum, standing up for Northern Ireland first and foremost, and seeking practical solutions to mitigate the impact of a hard Brexit. Unlike others who just shrug their shoulders and refer to unicorn solutions such as Borders 2.0. The protocol is here, whether we like it or not, and it is a duty upon everyone in this place not to lead people up the garden path towards some unattainable, magical utopia, but instead to work with and lobby both the UK and EU governments to find solutions to the issues being encountered. Throwing your hands up in the air and declaring it's all too complex and we should just walk away, as some in this House have done, is not the leadership that Northern Ireland needs. If anything positive has to come from the events on Friday, it is now perhaps that there will be a little more pragmatism and openness to consider greater flexibility when it comes to some of the most onerous aspects of the protocol. Alliance will continue to work to find solutions, not seek to create further problems. Lastly, we cannot allow a descent into protectionism and vaccine nationalism. Yes, we should and must protect our population, especially the most vulnerable, as soon as possible. We must not fail to learn the lessons from previous pandemics, where, for example, drugs were rolled out in the West to deal with the HIV and AIDS pandemic, but denied to so many in the developing world. We're one human race. We have a duty to support each other as we work to bring this pandemic to an end. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Nicole Jerry Carroll.
Mr. Speaker, the EU Commission were forcing a Boris Johnson-style U-turn at the weekend, but we should be clear that they attempted to embark on a destructive path that could have had serious repercussions for people across Ireland. This was primarily about protecting the interests of for-profit vaccine companies, the governments who mishandled the pandemic, and to cover up the EU handling of the vaccination programme in particular. It was a flagrant attempt at vaccine imperialism, Mr. Speaker, in which the citizens of one part of Europe were pitted against others in an attempt to cover up the EU's failure to rapidly ensure its citizens were vaccinated. But it's also exposed the way in which governments have adopted the mantra for many decades that the market knows best and the states cannot intervene in the economy. One of the mantras of the European Union, the UK, and for the most part this House. Profits of private pharmaceutical companies have soared throughout this crisis, whilst they have benefited from extensive public research funds. Governments should not be beholden to the interests of for-profit private companies in the middle of a health pandemic, but the British state and the EU hands-off approach throughout this crisis has allowed their profits to stack up. At a time when governments across Europe, Mr. Speaker, should be challenging control of patents to produce a people's vaccine, ensuring that as many people can avail of it as quickly as possible, they are engaging in vaccine imperialism. The EU have pre-purchased twice as much vaccines as they need. The British state has pre-purchased 4 times as much vaccines as they need. Unequal vaccine distribution is a massive issue, with people in poorer parts of the world being affected and likely not have a vaccine at all. Our health must come first, no matter how huge the profits are. Our health should not depend on what border we live in, and the people of Ireland cannot be caught in crossfire that threatens our lives. Over 100 years ago, Mr. Speaker, James Connolly said neither king nor Kaiser. Today it's neither London nor Brussels, but a socialist Ireland, and we need to put people's health before profit. And with the centenary of partition this year, I think it's more relevant than ever. Thank you.
Nicole Gary Middleton.
Mr. Speaker, our party leader has quite rightly described what the EU did on Friday evening as a reckless and hostile act, a shameful and despicable action which should quite rightly be condemned right across our communities. And what was it over? It was over a vaccine, the safety of life, Shame on them. They told no one. They didn't tell the UK government. They didn't tell the Irish government. They didn't tell any of the parties around this chamber. Many of those, the Shinners, the SDLP and the Alliance, they didn't tell you, the people that travelled across the world over this past 4 years, putting the EU above their own country. That's what they think of the parties opposite. It is also, of course, a glimpse of how democratic, or undemocratic for that matter, the European Union really is. There's been a lot of talk in recent days of a reset of the UK-EU relationship. Of course, what is needed is the protocol needs to be dealt with once and for all. We warned of the way in which the EU were using Northern Ireland over this past 4 years to punish the wider United Kingdom. This has been proven right once again on Friday evening. To hear of Sinn Féin telling us all to be calm and the SDLP telling us all to watch our tone, my goodness. This is from the parties, along with the Alliance Party, who spent this past 4 years hyping up the border, hyping up the threat of IRA violence, to the detriment of the people that we all represent in this chamber, to the detriment of the United Kingdom, which we belong to. Rigorously implement the protocol. That was the cry from the three parties opposite. Do they now change their minds? Do they now accept that the protocol that they clung to and continue to cling to is causing serious, serious harm to our country here in Northern Ireland? The mask of the European Union has slipped. They have said, however, once again, that they are prepared to take action if it suits their agenda. Now, what I say to the United Kingdom government, they need to step up. They need to listen to all of the views of Northern Ireland. Listen to what's been said on the ground from our communities. The SDLP leader on the radio this morning said that this was a mistake, that the person and the decision to invoke Article 16 was from somebody who didn't understand the protocol. I find that a disgraceful excuse. What I would urge the parties in this chamber today to stand up and be counted for the people that we represent. Listen to all the communities. Don't ride roughshod over the unionist community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Nicole. Sinead Ennis.
Mr. Speaker, the EU Commission was foolish. Friday's actions were very reckless and disproportionate. Ursula von der Leyen, President of the EU Commission, has struggled to get to grips with the vaccine issue in the EU bloc, and a bad couple of weeks for her and her team almost descended into chaos on Friday evening. But what we need to see now from all sides is cool heads and some leadership. That is what Sinn Féin is advocating for, and it is what we are doing. And I would appeal to others in this chamber to do likewise. Two wrongs do not make a right, and this notion being peddled by unionist politicos that we now enter into some tit-for-tat game with the EU is childish and absurd. Mr. Speaker, let's inject some realism into this debate. We're in this situation because of the British government, because of the Tory government, and because of the DUP, who argued for, pushed for and voted for the hardest possible Brexit. The First Minister described the events as an act of aggression and an act of hostility, totally ignoring the fact that nothing came to pass on Friday evening. She is talking as if the EU followed through with their original intentions to trigger Article 16. Thankfully, they didn't. Due to quick dialogue and communication, the EU Commission realised that they were making a serious error and endured a very humiliating climb down. A climb down nonetheless happened, yet Orling and the DUP seem determined to keep walking us into a political crisis. The political, economic and geographical reality is that it is simply inconceivable to put a hard border on the island of Ireland. Many fanciful proposals were floated, and none of them based in any kind of reality. It's time to realise the truth. There is no going back to some pre-Brexit utopia. That world does not exist anymore because of the reasons I've outlined. The protocol is not anyone's preferred choice. Sinn Féin would prefer if it wasn't needed at all, if Brexit hadn't been foisted upon us, but it is the most workable solution for this island. So all parties should be working together to mitigate against the worst aspects of Brexit on behalf of all our citizens, instead of working themselves into a frenzy over a situation, Mr. Speaker, that didn't actually happen.
And members, the time is up. Point of order.
Speaker, during his contribution, Mr Allister referred to tightening of the noose. As members be aware, in this chamber there was disgraceful graffiti in South Belfast referring to the same issue in terms of a noose on the cont'd, Leo Varadkar. Is that language appropriate in this place?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Make it absolutely clear, I'm referring to the political tightening of the noose that the protocol on medicines delivers us within 12 months to the EU regime. It's nothing to do with the issue, which I would utterly deplore.
Just resume his seat, please. Just in relation to Andrew Muir's point of order, there were a couple of remarks made by more than one speaker in the last half an hour, and I intend to review the Hansard of both of those contributions and return to that at a later point. You've made your point on the record, Mr Allister. So, point of order.
Speaker, I think, may I speak for all members of this House, that we think that the graffiti that was used on that building was absolutely disrespectful and disgusting, and I don't think any political party in Northern Ireland will be supportive of that. And please, could we ensure that that is in the record of Hansard as well? Thank you very much indeed.
Well, I would like to think that that would be reflective of all parties. You're absolutely correct in that regard. Philip McGuigan has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I call Philip McGuigan.
And the petition I present this morning, organised by the Barnish Action Group, is signed by 1,867 people. And all of them are asking that the Education Minister reverse the decision to close Barnish Primary School in Carey in my constituency of North Antrim. The threat of school closure has hung over this rural community of Carey for a number of years, and as is often the case for many small rural schools, instead of the school being allowed to grow to meet enrolment targets, bureaucratic decisions are made based on funding, transport, nursery provision that sometimes only serve to stifle growth and allow the closure debate to grow legs. The Department of Education decision in November 2019 to close the school in August 2020 was met with a vociferous local campaign to keep their school open. It should also be said that this campaign has the support of all political parties locally. And there was a sigh of relief in the midst of all the uncertainties brought about by the COVID health pandemic when August 2020 came and went without the school doors closing. That relief didn't last long, unfortunately, with an announcement made last month to close the school this incoming August. Cancollier, I represent a rural constituency that has many rural small schools, and I totally understand that schools are and must be centres of quality education. I understand totally, too, that they should be run efficiently and cost-effectively. But policies must allow flexibility, and we must consider each case on its own merits to ensure that schools are not closed without having fully explored every possibility of keeping them open. Barnish Primary School is much more than a building. It is the heartbeat and focal point of that local community. And that is clear from the thoughts left and the words on this petition. Comments, one after another, left by past pupils, teachers past and present, parents of pupils who themselves were taught at Barnish, indeed grandparents who have witnessed their whole clan taught in that school, all praising the standard of education and how that school looked and looks after children and prepares them for the world after leaving, and how fearful they are now about the closure and what it will mean for the children and what it will mean for the community as a whole. The words fear, worry, decimation, devastation are used repeatedly. Throughout this difficult year, I would guess that by now the Minister for Education has learned that during a health pandemic, you cannot hold dogmatic views on decisions affecting our schools. We have no idea what life is going to be like in September 2021. We don't know what school settings will be like, what class sizes will be, will social distancing be ever present, how will children be taught, will large class sizes make this more difficult? In the midst of that general worry felt by every pupil and parent across the north, to ask the parents in Carey to start looking at other schools for their children is wrong, and to ask the children of that school to move to a different school setting, separated from their friends in these circumstances, is cruel and unfair. I would ask that the Minister, at the very least, wait until the pandemic is over and place a moratorium, and I hope the Minister shares my view. Better than that, I hope he shares the views of the 1,867 local people who signed this petition and immediately calls a halt to the closure of Barnish Primary School.
Normally, I would invite the member to bring his petition to a table and present it here. However, in light of social distancing, I would ask the member to remain in his place, and I will make arrangements for him to submit the petition to the office later this afternoon. I thank the member for bringing this petition to the attention of the Assembly. Once received, I will forward the petition to the Minister of Education and send a copy to the committee. Thank you. Moving on to order paper item number 3. The next item of business on the order paper is a motion regarding committee membership. As with other similar motions, it will be treated as a business motion and there will be no debate. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Ms Linda Dillon be appointed as a member of the Committee on Procedures. That Ms Karen Mullen replace Ms Carol McGuigan as a member of the Committee for Communities. And that Ms Carol McGuigan replace Mr Pat Sheehan as a member of the Committee for Health.
I call John O'Dowd to move the motion.
So moved.
The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I just ask members to take a raise for a moment or two, please. Order paper item number 5. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Health. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly approves the report of the Committee for Health on its inquiry into the impact of COVID-19 in care homes, NIA 59/17-22, and calls on the Minister of Health to implement the recommendations contained in the report as part of the ongoing response to protect care home residents during future surges of the pandemic.
And I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Health, Colm Gillernew, to move the motion.
So moved. Can I call you?
Thank you. The Business Committee has allowed 2 hours for this debate. You will have 15 minutes to propose and 15 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
As of the 1st of January, 775 of our care home residents had died with COVID-19, some 40% of all registered COVID-related deaths. It was clear from the early stages of the pandemic that there would be significant impacts on older people and particularly care home residents, and much of the committee's work in the spring was focused in this area, prompting our decision in July to conduct an inquiry. In setting its objectives, the committee agreed that it wished to be forward-looking, to put its energy into learning from recent experience in order to provide constructive suggestions for the future. Many of the issues from staff, terms and conditions to workforce shortages, funding and regulation brought the wider question of adult social care reform into sharp focus. There was virtual consensus on a number of significant points in relation to pandemic planning,
from acknowledgement of pre-existing workforce shortages to initial problems with PPE supply and testing capacity. Mr Speaker, you will be glad to hear that I do not intend to go through all 54 recommendations, but I do want to give the House a sense of the areas that we looked at in this report. In terms of visiting, whereas speed of response was challenged in terms of government, I don't think anyone said the same of the care homes. Most had restricted visiting or closed the doors before they were actually told to do so. One of the sessions that really hit home for me, and I think for other members, was an informal Zoom call with families of residents who described the traumatic impact of visiting restrictions on the physical and mental well-being of their loved ones, the vital importance of ensuring meaningful contact, and the limits of technology for those with sensory or cognitive impairment. They recognised the sterling work done by staff to provide care in the most difficult circumstances and the risks involved in visiting. But they were very clear that risk had to be managed in communication with families, and the committee recommends that. But this also must be balanced against the harm caused by isolation as their loved ones approached the end of their lives. Our report endorses their calls for safe and meaningful contact to be facilitated through identification and implementation of innovative measures, for rapid rollout of the Care Partnership Initiative, and for better communication and consistent implementation of guidance. In relation to testing, significant progress has been made since this time last year in terms of testing, and is certainly one of the key elements to addressing this and any future pandemic. The committee recommends that, subject to rapid testing becoming available, there should be daily testing of all those entering the care home, including residents having attended an external appointment. Capacity issues remain, and the committee recommends further consideration of pooled testing to make better use of existing capacity and an increase in local capacity to test and analyse results. From an early stage, the committee expressed concerns about patients being discharged from hospitals to care homes without a negative test, and this was reinforced by evidence around the challenges of isolating older and vulnerable individuals, particularly those with cognitive decline. The committee recommends that no one be discharged from hospital to a care home in which they are a resident without having tested negative for COVID-19, unless the care home confirms that it has the staffing and facilities to ensure isolation for the required period, and that should be subject to monitoring and review. We continue to believe that step-down isolation facilities should be explored as a way to reduce risk further. Access to PPE then, having heard very worrying evidence of PPE shortages in the spring, aggravated by a global shortage and spiralling prices, it came as a great relief to hear by May that supplies to care homes had stabilised and were being provided free of charge, which we understand remains the case for the moment. There remains a longer-term question around procurement, and the committee recommends that charges should not be imposed on care homes without a review of the tariff. In terms of funding, the pre-existing strain on the sector, staff levels and staff terms and conditions was exacerbated by COVID, which generated additional costs from staffing to cleaning and support for visiting. A number of very welcome additional funding allocations were made available, some £6.5 million in April, £11 million in June, and a further £27 million in October, as well as staff support and PPE. Questions remain, however, about underspends arising from administrative constraints, leading to the committee's recommendation that streamlined processes are required, subject to audit and verification, but flexible enough to allow care homes to meet their particular needs at any given time. We have asked some of our lowest paid workers throughout this pandemic to shoulder an enormous burden on our behalf over the past year. The skill and value of that work is long overdue proper acknowledgement. For many, it is a vocation rather than a job, but we must look at recognition, reward and retention in what is a hugely challenging environment to work. While the committee welcomed the Minister's commitment guaranteeing sick pay, we are calling for urgent reform to address low pay, poor terms and conditions, and additional measures to make social care a more attractive career in the time ahead. Moving on to staff levels and issues with that, understaffed homes had to manage sickness absence and staff self-isolating as a result of COVID-19. Others were unable to come to work due to caring responsibilities with schools and day centres being closed. Care workers' responsibilities increased with symptom monitoring, increased infection control measures, and providing additional care to large numbers of unwell residents. Caring for dying residents and grieving relatives has undoubtedly taken its toll on their mental health. Access to the Health and Social Care Psychology Helpline was appreciated in this regard. Staff support was also offered by trusts and brought in via agency workers, each solution creating other difficulties of its own and adding to pressures in the health service generally, as well as increasing risk of infection through staff movements. Efforts must continue to ensure, where possible, agency staff work in one home only. Recognising the workload, the Committee also wants to see staff ratios for care homes agreed in discussion with stakeholders. Turning then to regulation of the sector, stakeholders expressed appreciation for the advice and support role provided by RQAA during the first surge of this pandemic. Others expressed concern at the consequent reduction in inspections at a time when oversight from families and other professionals going into homes was almost non-existent. The Committee concluded that both inspections and dedicated advice and support need to be resourced to continue in a pandemic. The RQAA briefed the Committee on their move to a risk-based assurance framework and on its research identifying a number of key characteristics associated with homes most at risk of an outbreak. These included larger homes and larger providers, as well as those with recent or frequent management changes. The Committee endorses the Minister's desire to ensure that providers can be inspected corporately, rather than RQAA being confined to look into each home individually. The Committee also welcomes the Minister's review of regulation and believes there must be consequences for failures of care. We recommend consideration of models by which quality and delivery of care can be linked to funding and reviewed in future contracting arrangements. There should also, we believe, be the capacity to recoup public funds where poor service has been evidenced. In terms of access to health and social care, while we heard impressive reports of innovation and the use of technology to provide safe and effective care during the pandemic, there are clearly limits to approaches such as virtual ward rounds. The Committee welcomes the ongoing work being led by the Chief Nursing Officer on an enhanced clinical care framework for care homes. Members were concerned to hear of the adverse impact on residents of reduced access to podiatry, occupational health and other care in terms of their overall well-being. There is a need for a consistent implementation of the policy regarding in-person access to care homes, as deemed necessary by the health and social care professionals concerned and subject to testing and PPE requirements. Advanced care planning issues were also raised with the Committee. This is a conversation that needs to happen with each care home resident on an individual basis, ideally well ahead of any crisis. It should be led by the clinician who knows the individual best, with the input of other relevant professionals, and should be reviewed periodically as required. Moving on then, Concordia, to pandemic planning. A key lesson for the future, we believe, is ensuring care homes are at the very centre of pandemic planning from the outset. There should be centralised procurement and supply of PPE to care homes without charge, and ring-fenced funding that can be accessed quickly via a streamlined and transparent mechanism. We endorse the call in the Rapid Learning Initiative for accredited regional training on infection control. The Committee recommends that each home be required to designate an appropriately trained staff member to lead on infection control other than the manager. While the Committee recognises the enormous pressure under which HSE and departmental staff were working at all levels and the considerable volume of guidance developed and advice put in place, communication and engagement issues were central to criticisms raised with us. The Committee was concerned to hear on several occasions that initiatives had been introduced without prior engagement with providers or unions. Co-design, co-production and robust communication plans remain essential, even in a pandemic, and could potentially have averted some of the problems raised with us. Having heard impressive evidence of the success of other countries in learning from SARS and containing the current pandemic, We recommend renewed efforts be made to gather and learn from the breadth of international experience of pandemic planning and management. Human rights concerns were raised in respect of visiting, testing and end-of-life planning. The committee recommends that guidance be developed on consideration of human rights issues during a pandemic. In conclusion, in relation to my remarks as Chair, the committee wishes to put on record its gratitude to the 691 individuals who took time to respond to our survey, the families who engaged with us virtually, and the stakeholders who appeared before us and have informed our recommendations with their experiences, their concerns and their ideas. I would also like to thank the Clerk and committee staff on behalf of the committee who put so much work and effort into the completion of this report. Members will no doubt join me in thanking and acknowledging once again not just our precious care home staff, but the wider health and social care family who continue to struggle to get us through this emergency after what has been now 11 exhausting months. I wish to convey the committee's appreciation to the Minister and his senior officials for their positive engagement with the committee throughout this period and acknowledge the number of positive initiatives which were implemented in a short few months. Case numbers and pressures remain worryingly high, but the vaccination programme is already offering protection in our care homes and some hope for the wider community. That said, there is so much work to do, and recommendations in this report have potential read across to other sectors in the case of future or indeed future pandemics. The good news is we know what needs doing. Adult social care, reform and wider transformation of the health service have never been more urgent. The mental health toll of the pandemic will require a long-term investment to address these. The recommendations in this report were developed in a collaborative manner, agreed unanimously and are offered in the spirit of constructive engagement as a contribution to future pandemic planning. We look forward to engaging further with the Minister on implementation of the recommendations and trust the Executive will give positive consideration to the financial support required to do so. I'd like to make now a few very short remarks in relation to my own role as Sinn Féin Health spokesperson. I would just like to thank every one of the stakeholders who participated in this, including independent care home providers, family members, the unions and many, many other groups and organisations who assisted us with this report. I also want to acknowledge the strong cross-party working during this inquiry by all members. It was clear that identifying the flaws and areas of concern was done constructively and in a bid to offer workable solutions and recommendations. I hope the Department and Minister will consider each in that spirit and commit to their recommendation. Just in terms of a personal reflection, it continues to weigh heavily on us all the impact that this devastating pandemic has had on our people, and I wish to offer again my condolences to everyone who has been a victim of this pandemic in any way, and to those who have sadly lost their lives. This report is into the impact COVID-19 has had on care homes, especially during the first surge, but many of its warnings and lessons would be suitable and would have been suitable for consideration before the COVID pandemic and will remain suitable, I believe, afterwards. Care home residents are not just patients, but of wider families and friends. This has considerable impact on their relationships with visiting and stress about loved ones catching COVID-19. Concordia, I would recommend this report to the Assembly.
Thank you, and I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and by and large I would concur with many of the Chair's remarks. I think as many members have been touched by the COVID-19 pandemic, most notably we can all look to an experience in which we have watched on at how cruel COVID-19 has sadly affected those that are in care, and for many of them end-of-life care. Mr. Speaker, I myself, and I'm sure other members, I had a close friend in a care home, someone that I would have visited regularly in normal times, someone that valued friendships and valued visitations. Sadly, I had to watch from a window in his closing days as he breathed his last breath, not because he was COVID positive, but because of the restrictions that were put in place. It's been devastating. It really has, and I think that this particular sector will be something. We've seen loved ones lose those that are most precious to them, and haven't been able to be at their side in what has been their darkest days. So by and large, and I came into the committee late into this process, the evidence had already been taken, but it was something that I think was of value to the committee to look into this and see ways in which we could reflect and learn and plan for the way forward. The purpose of the inquiry was to help mitigate and manage the impact of a potential second surge of the virus in care homes. The committee received 21 submissions from a range of organisations spanning public, private and charitable organisations, professional bodies and trade unions. Shortly before the report was agreed, the HSC began to roll out the vaccination programme. While some of the content may therefore now be dated, the recommendations are present and a contribution to the future planning. And I think that's one thing that the committee was very aware of, that this is a rolling situation. There's developments continuously. We welcome the vaccination programme that has been put out at high speed into our care homes. That it really is welcome that we can help bring them towards some sense of normality. There's some notable recommendations. I won't have time to touch on them all, but we have recommendations on visiting, testing, PPE, funding reform, standard of care, mental health. These are real issues that I'm sure every one of them in their own right would deserve merit for a debate in this Assembly. But we know that this point of this inquiry is a conversation starter. It's something now for us as members in the committee to engage directly with the department and others to see that we can find a credible way forward and prepare for such events. I want to sincerely thank every stakeholder who provided evidence to the inquiry in what were very extremely challenging times. Actually carrying out a committee inquiry like this in such circumstances has been difficult, and we must note that, whether that's been through the online forums in which we've had to engage, but also indeed dealing with the here and now in relation to COVID-19. We recognise that the rollout of the vaccination programme has dramatically changed the nature of public health response, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't reflect seriously on the deficiencies of steps taken in the first wave and use that learning to adopt for more effective measures in future. This report focuses on only one aspect of society that has been impacted by COVID-19. We acknowledge that much more work and investment will be needed to assess the effectiveness of Northern Ireland's response and to look at events in a much more holistic approach in the future. In the meantime, in the immediate future, I would have to say, in pointing this out, that we would like to see the Minister take forward the recommendations in enhancing visiting arrangements. This is something that has struck a chord with us all and is still very live and still very relevant. Ramping up asymptomatic testing and expanding mental health support for residents and staff in relation to rapid testing, as has been mentioned by the Chair. This can help prevent staff having to drive significant distances for a test at mass vaccination centres or mass testing centres. One of the strengths of this report is that it looks beyond the current crisis we face to the reforms that are needed to transform and revitalise the care home sector in the future. The pandemic has laid bare the weaknesses in relationships between the Department, Trust and care homes, whilst also highlighting the great void between staff term conditions and indeed the public and private sectors. We want to see cooperation overhauled in these areas, and the proof will be in the pudding in terms of the Health Minister's stated plans to bring staff terms into line with those in the public sector. We are mindful that Recommendation 29 in relation to staff ratios must be considered in the context of full workforce planning across the health and social care system. There's many questions coming from this report, Mr. Speaker, that we will take up in due time with the Minister, but I am glad it's a conversation starter here on what will be a serious issue that we have to deal with and grapple with as we move on from the first wave and indeed the second of COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I speak today as a member of the Health Committee and as a party spokesperson on health. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all those organisations and individuals who contributed to the report before us today and the discussion of the issue on care homes and COVID-19. And I regret that I'll only have 5 minutes to do it. But I'd like to also thank the Minister for his regular positive engagements and briefings with the Health Committee. As a new member, I have definitely found them gratefully helpful and appreciate, given the serious nature of health at this moment in history, that the Minister has kept open and transparent communication with us. This report before us today gives a very clear picture of what things have been like for care home residents, staff and families during the course of the pandemic. I do hope that the Minister and the Department will take the findings and recommendations contained within this report and implement them. As outlined in the report, at the start of 2021, 30% of COVID-related deaths had taken place in care homes. 607 deaths, 607 people. This is a shocking figure. The report looked into many different aspects of care homes and the impact of COVID-19. In my remarks here today, there are a few in particular I would like to touch upon. The first is my great and deep admiration for the staff working in such a challenging environment. But I firstly would like to speak on the matter of testing. Whilst it is good to note from the report that the context has changed significantly since the outbreak of the pandemic in terms of testing capacity, increased frequency of testing, regular symptom monitoring and new approaches, I would note that it is deeply, deeply regrettable that at the start of this pandemic, care homes were not equipped to better carry out testing to ensure that the spreading of this virus could be kept to an absolute minimum. Of course, I welcome that the report finds the situation now has much improved. The committee's recommendations on that subject to rapid testing becomes available. Care home workers should be tested daily, and testing should also be extended to all those entering nursing homes. It is vital that these crucial steps to track and monitor this virus are taken to ensure every safe measure is taken to protect those in a vulnerable category. Like the committee's finding on testings with regards to PPE and its availability, the situation is improved from what it was at the start of this pandemic. This too is welcome. We all recall the real fear last March with access to PPE, and this must never happen again. On the topic of visiting, next I would like to mention the real severe negative impact that this has had on the families of people with loved ones in care homes. They have had a particularly difficult and upsetting time not being able to visit their loved ones, and indeed the residents themselves who have not been able to get that really important time with their family. In line with the committee's recommendations that the Care Partner scheme be expedited, perhaps in concluding remarks today, the Minister could include an update on the scheme in terms of what its uptake to date is and what more he and his department are doing to encourage it. I know personally several families have reached out to me in great distress on this matter. The inability to see their mum or dad safely, the lack of visitation is causing severe distress, uncertainty, and of course there's an element of suffering. It's very difficult to not see your loved ones. Especially for those with dementia, lack of visitation has undoubtedly contributed to cognitive decline. As it has been almost a year now, 11 months, since families have seen their parents and loved ones due to the fear of passing on this virus. I recently spoke with Julianne McNally from the Care Home Advice and Support NI Group. Julianne, who lost her grandmother in the Dunmurray Manor home and has since fought to get answers about appalling care standards. It was a very thought-provoking discussion. During our meeting, she said the elderly in our society are not treated equally. If this was children we were talking about, would it be allowed? And I don't think it would. And that's why this report here today on COVID in care homes is so important. It outlines the immediate steps we must implement and recognise the evident failures from last year. So many have been impacted from the separation of their loved ones, and what I fear is one day when we come out the other side of COVID-19, we must recognise that not all loved ones will be here with us. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I very much welcome this report and the opportunity to have spoken on it today. I think we have a responsibility to ensure better preparedness for such an eventuality should it happen again. There are also many lessons to be learnt from this awful experience and many issues which we must urgently address within care homes.
The member for remarks to close.
Yep. For their residents, staff and for families, and I hope that this report will go at least some way to addressing those issues.
I call Alan Chambers.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I would hope that this report will be viewed not as a critique of the performance of anyone or anybody during this pandemic in relation to the impact of COVID-19 in care homes, but rather as a learning curve for us all going forward as we continue to try and protect the well-being of everyone, but especially the most vulnerable in our society. It was certainly not the desire of the Health Committee that any aspect of this report should descend into a party political debate around any of the recommendations put forward, and I am confident that that will not happen. I'm sure that all in this House will welcome the report and support the recommendations. All the recommendations have been put on record in a constructive way, and I'm sure that that is how the Minister and his officials will view them. I think it is important to remind ourselves that we went into this pandemic with all the twists and turns the virus created without any recent experience of dealing with such a situation, and it was not a case of nipping down to the library to borrow a textbook that would spell out how to handle it. The report acknowledges that prior to the arrival of this virus on our shores, we had no sitting assembly for 3 years and consequently no health minister in post. Hardly the best set of circumstances to prepare to fight an enemy like COVID-19. Our NHS was due during those 3 years of inertia to be reformed by debate around the Bangor report. That report was sitting for those 3 years gathering dust, and given the priority demands of actually tackling the pandemic at the moment, continues to gather dust. Our hospital waiting lists in the early part of 2020 were the highest in the United Kingdom. Given all that, we were hardly in the best place to deal with a pandemic situation none of us had any experience of dealing with. The situation in our care homes were that they also were under pressure on a number of points. Many had staff shortages that they struggled to fill. On the plus side, they also had many dedicated people in post who viewed their duties as a vocation rather than just a job. The fact that many of these jobs are paid in accordance with the minimum wage as set by government is hardly an incentive for anyone to choose working in a care home as a long-term career opportunity. Using one home that I'm familiar with, it is a home that is of modern design and has an ethos of providing top-class care. That said, it has 40 rooms to be fully serviced, bedding changed and cleaned on a daily basis. It has corridors, specialised bathrooms and common rooms to be cleaned, and 4 workers share this task during the week. If one is off for any reason, the others have to pick up the extra work carried out during a 6-hour shift. At weekends, there are only 2 staff on duty to complete these tasks. Shortcuts are inevitable, and in normal circumstances are not visible and do not compromise anyone's safety. But during a pandemic, it can be a different story. It is easy to see how a virus can enter a care home and how it can take hold unless every surface has been constantly cleaned. This is labour-intensive and needs adequate staffing levels. The issue of staff levels will be paramount going forward. This is a situation that I know the Minister is aware of, and I have every confidence that any future reform of the care home sector will address this important issue of staff levels, increase pay levels to attract workers to make a career in care, and also ensure that there are proper working conditions in place. The report has 54 recommendations. Many of these have been overtaken by events and either fully or partially already addressed. Many of the recommendations are not possible to take up overnight and will need careful consideration by the Department. They have been made in a constructive manner, and I have every confidence that they will be received and studied in that spirit. We owe a huge debt to our frontline hospital staff, but we also must recognise the dedicated work in difficult circumstances being carried out on a daily basis in care and nursing homes. I commend the Department of Health and the Minister for all the assistance, both financial and practical, that they have made available to our care home sector during the past difficult year. All this teamwork and cooperation has undoubtedly helped save lives. However, we must remember all those who fell victim to this dreadful virus and also their grieving families. Those families had valuable family time with their loved ones stolen by COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise naturally to support this motion into the inquiry report, which the Health Committee staff are to be commended and thanked for all their work on. And I would echo the Chairman's thanks to those who gave evidence to the inquiry. And I would agree with him that the session we had informally on the Zoom call with the relatives, it was probably one of the most moving experiences during this pandemic. I would like to put on record that I have a family member who works in a care home. I'd like to start by passing on my sympathies to all those families whose loved ones died in our care homes to this horrendous virus. Your grief will undoubtedly have been made worse by the circumstances of the pandemic. We need to recognise how difficult it has been for residents and their loved ones to have such limited contact, waiting months to even catch a glimpse of their wives, husbands, mothers, fathers, And then when they did, they were aghast at how much they had become withdrawn, sorrowful, their conditions worsened, and felt that they were abandoned. This was all alongside the general confusion of the pandemic. Secondly, I do not think it suffices just to pay tribute to the care home staff. We need to do so much more to show them how much we value them and the support they provide at all times, not just during pandemics. They are another group in society who have until now been undervalued, and we must never ever forget their contribution. We have therefore seen with huge concern the impact of COVID on our care homes in Northern Ireland and indeed in many other places during the pandemic. Our preparations for a pandemic had not fully taken into account the potential of a virus which would spread indoors and which would leave older people particularly exposed to death and serious illness. Therefore, it is evident that the system had not adequately prepared for the impact on care homes. The report rightly outlines that there were already a broader context of an underfunded and unreformed health and social care system, and thus of undervalued care homes within that. That made it very difficult to respond adequately when capacities suddenly became limited by greater pressure on the homes with less physical rooms in which to meet that demand because of social distancing requirements. Nevertheless, there were specific issues raised regarding a lack of urgency to get ahead of the virus. Moving on, we saw for a long time an inability to take account sufficiently of the importance of visiting and indeed of meaningful contact to mental well-being. The risk of the virus was increasingly understood, but there was, for many weeks at least, a tendency to focus on the virus without recognising the severe impact of no contact with family and friends. There was, for example, a missed opportunity to introduce care partners at an early stage, which should be noted and has been noted here today, that are still not fully implemented across all care homes. And what we have described in this report as innovative methods to allow visiting needed to be put in place long before they were discussed as part of a committee inquiry. Sadly, it is likely that we will pay the price for that lack of contact for years to come. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also need to note that I put on record in mid-April a call for testing in care homes regardless of symptoms, as it was an obvious means of protecting those who were vulnerable to the virus. So this is not a matter of speaking in retrospect. It was obvious early on that testing was one tool which needed to be implemented proactively. We should not have waited until other jurisdictions acted first. Regarding the future, the report contains further findings and recommendations which I hope are helpful to the Minister and his department. There are ongoing concerns about the true independence of the RQAA, given the resignation of its entire board during the pandemic, and I trust these are now being addressed. We also need to be better prepared for future pandemics, including with regards to equipment storage and helping people cope with bereavement in times of a public emergency. The pandemic has shone a light on the crucial role of this sector and how much more we need to do to equip it to play that role, and indeed how much we rely on staff, often going beyond the call of duty and acting, because this is a vocation to keep it operating at all. The exact nature of an emergency is never easy to predict, but we must apply learning now for future generations. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to recognise the amazing work of Patricia Shepherd and her team at Independent Health and Care Providers. She raised issues affecting care homes with the Department of Health from this start and kept pushing for them to be addressed until the additional funding, the PPE and other support was made available. And I genuinely believe that her tenacity, without her tenacity, the number of deaths and serious illness would have been a lot worse. Thank you very much.
I call Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Whilst I was gathering my thoughts about this debate today, or this motion today, I mean, it's a very sombre topic in terms of talking about those people who have lost their lives. And like others, I want to put my thoughts and prayers in relation to those families. But it struck a chord actually when Mr Chambers spoke, and it was disappointing that he actually brought the political point scoring himself into it once he criticised others. I don't think today was a day for political point scoring, talking about the devolution or the 3 years of suspension of Stormont. However, the other one that struck me today was when I was listening to Carla, and I think she touched it for me in terms of lessons learned. Because if we look at all these recommendations, and I welcome every one of them, and I'm sure the Minister, and I'm looking forward to the Minister has to say on that, we could also be critical if we were too prepared. for this, because 18 months ago this would have been unheard of, and if all of this stuff had been sitting, we'd have been talking about wastage within the system. So I think there's a balance to be struck between what should be done, what could have been done, and what wasn't done. So for that point, I welcome the recommendations. I mean, all of them make common sense, but I mean, we have to all reflect ourselves, members. 18 months ago, we would never have foreseen something as tragic as this hitting us. I think we were all shocked beyond belief about some of the suggestions that were coming forward. I think we took the reliance on care homes as just a matter of fact. They were there to look after our loved ones. No one predicted what was going to happen. But again, when Johnny was speaking, I was listening to him, and it strikes a chord, because our older population, and I mean, I've lost both my parents, but one thing that was important to them was that they didn't die alone. But here we have in care homes where they were cut off from their families and they couldn't have their families around them at the time of death. I mean, there was a newspaper last week, actually, where in one hospital, I'm not sure where it was, where they brought the husband and wife together and they died 6 minutes apart. And I think that's testament to the care staff who actually organised that for that family, the husband and wife, to die together. But one of the cruel things about the pandemic, this is not a criticism of the minister, this is not a criticism of the homes. We were absolutely caught blindsided by this horrid pandemic. And I think the care homes did step up to the mark. I think the focus primarily at the start obviously was in the hospitals, because that's where people the most seriously ill were presenting themselves. But I'm sure every one of us had care homes contacting us about their concern as this virus continued, about the lack of PPE. But again, as I said at the start, I think if we had an abundance of this stuff sitting, there would have been a criticism about overstocks of this stuff sitting. So there was clearly concerns, and I think credit where credit's due. There was a rallying call, but I mean, we have to realise, folks, this wasn't just Northern Ireland. This was a worldwide pandemic. We were bidding for the same stuff as everyone else was bidding for. So I think whilst it did take time to get that rollout, it did get there, and there has been a meaningful change. I suppose the only criticism I do have is that there's still concern that families still can't get in to see their loved ones. If your elderly relative is upstairs in a care home, you can't get in to talk to them through the window, where others can downstairs. I actually have a member of staff who works for me who has a member of her family is in a trust facility, and I'm not making a reference to the trust, but I just want to characterise that. And her sister has been moved upstairs, and that point of contact has been taken away. And I think that's absolutely brutal in terms of that, because I think the families need that interaction both for the patients and the family. The other thing that strikes me about all of this, and I want to support the Minister in this one, because whilst we make reference to all these homes, we have to bear in mind lots of these are private homes, privately. I mean, those people who own those are profiting from those. Now, that's not to say, in terms of these recommendations, we have to put systems in place to make them a better place. But I don't believe that all of the responsibility should be on the Minister to fix those, given that some of these people are actually running private businesses. So broadly, Mr. Speaker, I support this. The other one, I mean, I listened to what Paul had said in relation to rapid testing. And I, like her, asked about the rapid testing early on once we heard that it was rolled out in Liverpool. But bearing in mind that we were working with Westminster government in terms of the rollout of some of this stuff, and actually very dependent on them for this stuff. And I remember the Minister answering on one occasion about there was a pilot scheme, the one that was done in Liverpool, and they were going to carry out their own testing this. We have to bear in mind, folks, it's okay for us all to be critical now that we hadn't got that. But imagine we had rolled that out and it wasn't accurate. So I think, to be fair again to the Minister on this occasion, I think he got it right. But what we do want to see is now that, as part of those recommendations, that the testing is carried out. It should be carried out daily. Because one of the things that struck us all is how can all these people be so sick if they're not allowed out? And it was obvious it was been brought in. So I welcome the report, and I think I welcome all the recommendations in it, and I commend the committee for bringing it forward.
And I call Emma Rubin.
Firstly, I would like to thank the Health Committee members and the Health Committee clerks and all those that gave evidence and shared their experience leading into this report. There are quite a few findings and recommendations to go through, but I'll pick out a few which I think will add to the debate here today and deserve to be mentioned in detail. Namely, the advanced care planning, the impact on relationships and families, and the do not resuscitate orders. We all know coronavirus is highly infectious and it can kill. Tragically, we hear daily the updates of the numbers rising. However, we must not forget each time there is a person, a family and a community wrapped up in grief. In the first surge, nearly half of all deaths occurred within care homes or to care home residents. With the second and third surges seeing that ratio decline, it is clear that care homes and care residents were disproportionately affected. They were truly at the centre of this storm. I want to declare an interest also here. I have family members that work within the care home setting, and most of the staff, almost all of the staff that work within care home settings, do it because they love that job. They treat the residents like their own family. They work tirelessly to keep them and try and keep them safe. Members of my family have said the hardest thing when residents, many of them who have dementia, thought they had done something wrong because no one had come to visit, and not remembering about COVID, but remembering that no one had came. Speaking to their family members through closed windows and doors is heartbreaking. One of the most difficult things for us as human beings is that close contact with your family, especially the older members of your family. I myself am very fortunate, and I have a granny who's in her she'll not mind me saying, her late 90s, or early 90s, sorry, but she maintains that her family contact keeps her young at heart and keeps her going. But this past year has been very difficult for her and for many of the elderly within our communities. Speaking on the phone to her is just not the same. But it's also worth remembering that most of the older people who receive care, and they receive it in their own homes and in our communities. So the lessons of this report must be considered in many other settings as well. Coming back to the report, I want to highlight to the issue of advanced care planning. It can have such an important role in the life if it's person-centred, and it does everything to make people feel safe. Recommendation 34 states, and I quote, "Advanced care planning should be discussed with each care home resident on an individual basis, ideally ahead of any crisis. It should be led by the clinical who knows the individual best, with input of other relevant professionals, and reviewed as necessary. Person-centred care ahead of time, there is no substitute." Recommendations 35 and 36 build on calling on the Department to clearly outline and communicate the rights of older people and families regarding the end-of-life care, ensuring that there is sufficient training for the relevant professionals, and making talking about advanced care planning and end-of-life care easy. Unless it's done in a positive way, it can create a sense of doom. In particular, I would like to bring people's minds back to the early stages of the crisis, when the images of hospitals and care homes within Italy and Spain were being overwhelmed. I know there was a lot of concern around older people and care homes and care home residents being pressured into signing "do not resuscitate" forms. Let me be very clear. No one should be pressured into signing a DNR. I also want to briefly touch on a few other themes in the recommendations I believe deserve a mention. Ensuring sufficient PPE through procurement and pandemic planning, regional access to e-learning on infection prevention and control, learning from international best practices and experiences, and addressing staffing levels, and so much more. To finish, I just want to note that most of this report was centred on the pandemic and how best to respond. It highlights the need to ensure a sustainable and high-quality care sector. I look forward to the Minister bringing forward his department's proposal for the reform of adult social care, and I welcome and support this report into care homes.
I call Sinead Ennis.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to start by thanking the Chair of the Health Committee, my colleague Colm Gilrenew, and the members of the committee for bringing this motion to the Assembly today and giving us the opportunity to debate it. I want to be clear from the start and welcome this report and acknowledge the work that has gone into developing it from all the members of the Health Committee, the committee staff and the wide number of organisations and individuals who have participated and took part in this inquiry. I would like to echo much of what has been said today from other members. The themes covered on staff levels, access to care, access to PPE, emergency planning preparations, discharge policy and visiting restrictions are all extremely important. I would maybe like to focus my remarks on the issue of funding and the impact this has on the social and emotional needs of care home residents, staff and their wider families. I want to start by acknowledging that the social care sector was struggling before coronavirus arrived on our shores. And as Trevor Clark has mentioned previously, most care homes are privately run, but they are commissioned to provide residential or nursing care beds. I have also heard that many care homes ask for third-party contributions as part of the process in securing a bed, and I'd be interested to know if the Minister is aware of this and has looked into how common a practice this is. As apart from a few statutory or trust homes, the vast bulk of care is provided by the private sector. Social care in the north would be virtually non-existent if it wasn't for the private or independent sector. It is important we understand the system in which care homes operated before the pandemic and how it was, to use the Minister's own words, the social care sector has been struggling for years and as a whole is not fit for purpose. I believe the North has few large care home providers, and so the ability to buy or introduce quantities of scale just don't exist. That is why I believe the learning around regional decision-making and providing additional funding was so critical for many care homes, their staff and ultimately the residents. The lack of comprehensive pandemic planning to account for care homes in the private sector left them to their own devices. Recommendation 44 clearly offers a solution. The committee recommends that future pandemic planning should factor in the central procurement and supply of PPE to care homes. Surely, when we reflect on the impact of the pandemic, it will be a matter of immense shame that many care homes were just left to their own devices, left on their own to secure much-needed PPE. I know in South Down we had a phenomenal community response when care homes had to put out a call for PPE, and that is great and that is commendable, but that is not how it should have been. That responsibility should have been with the Department for Health. During the first surge, many care homes couldn't buy PPE and were using their normal weekly stocks in a matter of days. But, Mr Speaker, it wasn't only care homes left in limbo. Assisted living sites were also left rudderless too, and the Minister will know that I have constantly raised the case of Camp Hill, Moore Grange in South Down with him. With assisted living, we're often talking about high-functioning people who were effectively locked in since last March. They missed huge family milestones, marriages, births, deaths, and they were denied the chance to process the consequences of those important markers in any person's life. And why was that? That is because assisted living was treated like a care home setting when we know that it is fundamentally different. It was clear that care homes needed additional funding, and I welcome that, especially as it helped ensure that care homes had no reason not to pay staff more than just the statutory sick pay for those who had to take time off. So I fully back the report's recommendations on funding, in particular where it argues that there should be a streamlined process for funding, developing a true cost of care for future social care reform, and considering funding to the wider social care sector an essential part of the health care service. To close, Mr Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome the report and the recommendations, but the sad reality is that if these recommendations had been in place before, then maybe some of those who lost their lives in our care homes as a result of COVID would still be here today to see their implementation.
I call Justin McNulty.
I welcome the opportunity to take part in the debate today, and as someone who is not a member of the Health Committee, can I thank the committee for the work on this very important issue. I believe this report is timely, but also is key to learning for the future. Residents in care homes are our most vulnerable citizens. For a family to place a loved one in a care home or a residential facility is not an easy decision. But that decision made by families is one based on where a loved one will be safest and best cared for. When you see the dignity and care that is afforded to our loved ones by those who care for them, we see compassion in action. The staff in those homes are trying to juggle their care roles with their family lives at home. During this pandemic, they left their own homes to effectively go and look after their second family. We all know the impact the restrictions have had on our daily lives, but to those in care homes, not to be able to have any contact with family and the outside world, it was heartbreaking for residents, for families and for staff alike. In spring and summer of last year, many of us gathered on doorsteps to applaud the workers in the NHS and on the front line. Those who work in care homes are a critical part of our healthcare system. They don't often get the recognition they deserve, and they certainly don't get the financial reward they deserve. To those frontline healthcare workers who staff our care homes in every capacity with compassion and selflessness, we owe you an enormous debt of gratitude. Last Count Caller, as I said at the outset, residents in those care homes are some of our most vulnerable citizens. And as the wave of coronavirus hit Asia and Europe, our television screens were flooded with stories and images of those in care homes about escalating outbreaks in care home facilities and, unfortunately, bereavements. The natural reaction here was to shut the doors, keep visitors out, and that meant keeping families out. It meant talking to loved ones through windows and not holding their frail hands for months. My own personal experiences of this was talking to a close family friend through the window of a care home and asking him where would he like to have his mother laid to rest. And he didn't get to attend the funeral of his mother. Last Count Caller, this report captures many of the issues we have all heard from our constituents, from restrictions on visiting, staffing levels, PPE, discharging to hospitals and home, to support for staff and families. And like others, I must applaud the steady leadership of Pauline Shepherd, who was a steady hand at the tiller and who was a proactive voice for the care homes at the height of the first wave and since. This pandemic arrived like a bolt out of the blue. It has pushed society and our healthcare systems to the brink. A sad and stark statistic in this report: 40% of deaths here to COVID occurred in care homes. My sincere sympathies with every family who have lost a loved one to this virus. And who could forget the sense of panic almost as staff struggled to get access to appropriate PPE. The community rallied round, thankfully, to make and donate PPE. Care home staff have relayed to us all the stories of heartbreak and pain at the loss of residents who they looked after and who they cared for as though they were their own family. And families have contacted us all at their wits' end because they have been denied the opportunity to visit a loved one in a care home. And some have told us of their pain, anguish and heartbreak as their mother, father or relative passed away without the company of a loved one. This report highlights very clearly the systemic underinvestment in older persons' care. It shows how unprepared the system was, both public and private, for the arrival of such a devastating and transmissive
Would the member
virus.
draw his remarks to close?
I welcome the publication of this report. I welcome the recommendations therein and support their implementation. Gura Mayogut, Count Corla.
I call Liz Kimmins.
Firstly, just like everyone else, I would welcome this report and thank everyone, particularly the committee, my colleague, Chair of the Health Committee, Colin Gillernew, and everyone who contributed and helped complete the findings and recommendations. It covers a broad range of areas, and I certainly think this forms the basis for improving a future response, and I hope this House supports the report. The impact of COVID-19 on care homes will be felt long into the future. It will be felt by the families and communities who have lost a loved one. It will be felt by those residents who were unable to see their families and friends in the usual way throughout this time. And it will almost certainly be felt by the thousands of care home staff who were on the front line. And I have serious concerns about the impact of this on their health and well-being in the long term. I'd like to declare an interest as a former care assistant in a nursing home in my area for many, many years, and also working in the social care field. And I can safely say working in a care home is one of the most rewarding jobs I have ever done. Care home staff do not just look after the physical needs of residents, but their emotional and mental well-being. They are a friend, a listening ear, a support for the wider family, and they play a key role in recognising and responding to every resident's needs. And to be able to do all of this in normal circumstances, let alone under the pressures of a pandemic, is an immense task, but one that is a vocation and something that we all enjoyed. I believe there is an obligation to ensure that social care as a whole, and not just care homes, are better prepared going into the future. This includes better support for unpaid carers and as well as this, daycare and domiciliary care settings. So I welcome the recommendations that call for a wider look into all of those issues and how care homes play a key role in the delivery of health and social care services. I'd like to particularly highlight Recommendation 53, like others, which clearly calls for greater visibility and places human rights at the centre of a pandemic response, including for visiting arrangements and communication with loved ones. This is crucial, and I, like all members of this House, have been contacted by many families throughout this pandemic who were unable to see their loved ones or had to make the excruciating decision of which family member could visit their mum and dad. Supporting personal relationships while keeping care home residents safe is an important balance. However, it is imperative that a regional standard is clearly set out to ensure consistency and fairness of approach and to support care home management in making these really difficult decisions. In concluding, Deputy Speaker, I want to thank all of those staff who went over and above to care and support residents through this really challenging time, and their families, because without them we would be in a very different place. And I am especially pleased to see the report recommends urgent reform in relation to staff terms and conditions, because one thing this pandemic has shown that it is some of the lowest paid workers in our society who have stepped up to the mark and who have played a vital role for the most vulnerable, and it's past time they got the recognition that they deserve.
I call Stuart Dixon. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I also would like to thank the committee for bringing this report forward for debate today. And indeed, it highlights incredibly difficult and systemic issues that we need to start to address immediately to improve and indeed to save lives. I, like many others in the Chamber today, want to put on record my appreciation for those who work in care homes, often in challenging and complex circumstances, and in many cases without adequate support or appropriate pay. For many, this is a vocation, and their compassion and hard work needs to be recognised. Deputy Speaker, in 2020, 775 care home residents died with COVID-19, 40% of the deaths in Northern Ireland. Every one of those deaths is an immeasurable loss. For the individuals, their families and care workers, the response was quite simply unacceptable. And we must start the working out of what went wrong and making sure that this cannot happen again. How we got into this situation with such high numbers of deaths in our care homes is complex. The report outlines many different contributing factors, including testing, hospital discharge policies, and structural problems within the sector and in the health and social care. Time is limited, Deputy Speaker, so I'll not cover all of the areas of the report, but I would like to take some time to go over some of the structural problems highlighted. Deputy Speaker, I fear that our social care system has for far too long been run on a shoestring. Whilst the Department has, of course, had to channel additional funds into the sector over the course of the pandemic, we really need to take a serious look at ensuring how it is properly funded going forward to provide the high quality of care that should be expected. The lack of investment in the system has undoubtedly been exacerbated, and the issues of staffing levels as well as poor pay and conditions. And they were highlighted by a number of organisations, including the Commissioner for Older People, ADJOURNMENT and Marie Curie. Staffing levels have been a challenge for the care home sector for far too long, a situation that's been made more difficult with pressures of the pandemic, sickness, Brexit, staff movement between homes, self-isolation and other systemic issues, for example, such as a lack of childcare. It's clear that much work has to be done in recruiting staff, and while I welcome the measures to speed this up, it's vital that the Department and RQAA monitor this. We also need to be setting out more robust staff to resident ratios. So while ensuring that staff movement between homes is low and practical, we must ensure that we improve the qualifications and training of care home staff. That is vital if we are to turn this into a real opportunity for people to do what they want to do and to work in the care sector. As has been mentioned, many people who work in our care homes are some of the worst paid. Despite the vital service that they deliver, this naturally contributes to difficulties in recruitment, particularly in retention. So I strongly support the committee's recommendation to set minimum standards for sick pay, to tackle issues with low pay and poor terms and conditions of employment. Better staff remuneration and contractual sick pay to properly reward care home staff will encourage skill retention, as well as allow them to be financially secure and be able to self-isolate when ill. Further to this, it's also critical that employers ensure that staff who are at high risk, such as those from the BAME community, are properly protected. I am certainly aware of the wider issues which care home regulation and what I believe are failings in inspection and enforcement, and I've had first-hand experience of this in my own constituency. I do have concerns about the halting of inspections last year. I do appreciate some of the reasons behind it, but I think that we need to be stepping up in care home inspections. Nonetheless, we need to move back towards routine inspection as quickly as possible, with all the necessary mitigations in place and PPE provided. I strongly agree with the committee's recommendation for the consequences of the failures of care and how this should be considered in future contracting arrangements, including the capacity to recoup funding where poor service is provided. I have some concerns also around the owners of some care homes. They don't have the appropriate background for providing high quality and caring services. They simply see their homes as an investment. Finally, the report highlights communication problems in health and social care. We need to learn from our previous complacency. We need to get it right in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Jerry Carl.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Chair and the committee staff for this important report and inquiry. And before I comment on the inquiry findings, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to offer my sincere sympathies to all those families who lost a loved one during the pandemic. And it is always difficult, obviously, to lose a loved one. It must have been especially challenging and difficult throughout the last year. I also, Mr Deputy Speaker, want to offer my sympathies and solidarity to all residents, families and workers for the challenges they faced over the last year. Care workers are among the heroes in the fight to keep people safe during the pandemic, and we must salute their efforts despite the situation they faced. Under the report, Mr Deputy Speaker, the need for this inquiry and its findings are a real indictment of the Executive's care home policies, and it really demonstrates the inability of the private sector here to put residents, families and workers before profits. The Executive have failed to put a protective ring of steel around our care homes at the onset of this crisis, and this produced tragic consequences for residents and families. We will hear excuse, no doubt, after excuse, but this is a fact. That families felt outside of decision-making process, as mentioned in the report, and that there was a lack of communication as a result of the chaotic failure of regulation, and fault for this lies with this House, the Executive. The system of regulation is designed to fail because the private care model exists on the basis of cutting corners. The report highlights staff shortages, low pay, poor conditions for workers, and this was a fact, as others have alluded to. This was a fact before the pandemic. But why has it taken a health pandemic to bring this to attention in such a big way? The Executive has tolerated, in fact promoted, a system that treats workers, residents and families unfairly, where they're denied dignity, respect and even the semblance of equality. A new decade, new approach, Mr Deputy Speaker, commits itself to extending workers' rights, but we see none of that in how workers in this sector are treated. The vast majority of care homes exist within the private sector, and as I've said, the regulations here are weak and chaotic at best. And I believe that this is designed deliberately so that employers can pay workers a pittance and fall short in their obligations to residents and families. And I think it is quite concerning that former heads of RQIA have joined the body of one care home that has been raised, massive concerns has been raised about as well. How can it be the case, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the government is giving free PPE to private owners? We obviously want all care homes to have the PPE they need, but why are we spending millions of taxpayers' money when employers, big care homes, have millions, in some cases tens and hundreds of millions in the bank? The report obviously refers to sick pay and how again, Mr Deputy Speaker, can it be the case that employers in this sector don't provide sick pay for their workers. We are now in a situation where taxpayers are essentially footing the bill for sick pay because some big employers with millions in the bank refuse to do it. It's simply disgraceful and unacceptable. Staff shortages, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the report as well. Health service workers have been sent into care homes to give assistance. And we all know the extreme pressures in our health service already. But we've had to send health service staff into care homes because care home bosses essentially pay a pittance to the workers already in the care homes. And health service workers are working for these employers free of charge. The issue of PPE, Mr Deputy Speaker, is obviously in the report as well. The Executive has handed millions of pounds over to private companies in the form of PPE, sick pay, training and health service workers. This is called a bailout, and Mr Deputy Speaker, demonstrates the for-profit model simply does not work. It has not worked, and we have thrown millions into the bank accounts of private care bosses who have stood in the way of workers trying to join a trade union, and have treated many families who have raised issues with them as a nuisance at best. And some of these employers have the cheek to threaten libel against those who have challenged them on their treatment of residents and workers. I want several points, Mr Deputy Speaker, to ring out clearly from this report. The Stormont Executive and the for-profit model they tolerate and promote has failed residents, families and workers. All decision-making must directly involve residents and families. All workers have the unobstructed right to trade union representation, and we must urgently end the atrocious pay and conditions these workers.
The member draws remarks to close.
So, in conclusion, the private for-profit model should cease. The Executive should act urgently to bring care homes back into the health service, where we can then focus on upgrading accountability, regulation, proper funding that is ring-fenced, and paying conditions to the level that is deserved by residents, families and workers. Anything less will be a failure of everybody in that sector. Thank you.
Members, the next item of business on the order paper is question time. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. This debate will then resume after question time, when the next speaker will be the Minister for Health. He will be responding to the debate. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Okay, it is time for questions to the Minister of Finance, and I call Christopher Stalford to ask the first question. Mr. Stalford.
Question number 1, sir.
The support that the Executive has put in place for businesses required to close here is more generous than that available elsewhere. Our payment levels are between £800 and £1,600 per week, whereas in England, for example, the support ranges from £333 to £750 per week. Therefore, I think the best help we can provide is to process the applications we have received as quickly as possible. 89.9% of applications to the scheme have been processed by my department. Staff and LPS are working as quickly as possible to resolve these outstanding cases. I have to advise members that a high proportion of applications have been incorrect or ineligible, so it has proven to be necessary to check each one. Outstanding applications from the earlier phase of restrictions are complicated to resolve, with some requiring up to 4 hours of work by a member of LPS staff to complete. Top-up payments were issued to businesses at the beginning of January. The complexity of the changes arising from 5 phases of health protection restrictions since the start of October has resulted in 27 possible different levels of payment, depending on where a business is located or what kind of business it is. This has required some cases to be held back for additional checks before the top-ups are issued to make sure there are no erroneous payments. every effort has been made to do this as quickly as possible.
Supplementary, Mr. Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. And the Minister is absolutely right in terms of the need to scrutinise and ensure that public money is spent sensibly. One area of the economy that has been devastated by COVID and the coronavirus outbreak has been that of travel agency. I wonder, can the Minister outline for the House what steps he and the Executive will be taking to aid travel agents who have suffered so much over the course of the past 12 months?
Well, I think the member is correct, and that is there are a number of sectors, or if you like, sub-sectors that have yet to be properly reached in terms of support. I met with representatives of the travel industry some time back, alongside I think the First and Deputy First Ministers, and agreed that they had a compelling case. As far as a LRSS scheme is concerned, some travel agents have their own premises, but quite a lot of them will work from home. Do most of their work online, so they don't necessarily fit into that. I have pressed executive colleagues, particularly in the Department of Economy, to try and find some way to provide support for the travel industry, and I hope to receive some bids from that in the time ahead. But I agree with them that it is a sector that does need support, and we have to find some way to try and get that support to them.
Nicole Jerry Carroll.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, several people have contacted me who are still waiting on support from the scheme. They can't get any answers because there's no phone number to ring, obviously. What would you advise them to do in order to get support and assistance in the middle of this pandemic?
Well, I think in the first instance, I've had people who have contacted and found in an email sent to them, for instance, were in their junk box and they hadn't accessed them. So I would advise them to continue to check their emails. There have been a high number of ineligible because there are a range of schemes being operated. Some people have applied to the wrong scheme. Some people have made erroneous applications. You would not believe the amount of people who have sent on wrong bank account details. So when everything is processed, you have to go back to the start again. There are people who have made multiple applications for the one premises, sometimes up in 14 or 15 applications for the one premises. So a lot of these things will clog up the system, if you like, but I would just advise them to continue checking their emails and wait for a response. And if there is further query and they haven't heard, by all means, he should feel free to contact the department to try and get an answer in relation to it.
I call John Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, like me, I'm sure you're a sports fan, and many others in this House are too. And I find it does beg our belief that the LRS scheme has continued to exclude our sports and social clubs throughout Northern Ireland, regardless of the sector they're from. These clubs are run by volunteers for a profit. They invest in the club and in the community, and at every scheme they have been ruled out. The Sports Sustainability Fund will not support some of these clubs, and they will go to the wall. Given the massive underspend in the budget, Minister, will you look at that again so that sports clubs can avail of the LRS scheme, having been forced to close? Thank you.
Well, the Sports Sustainability Fund is intended to address loss of income, be that loss of gate income, loss of hospitality income, because a number of these premises will have a bar or perhaps even dining facilities of golf clubs and other such premises. We did agree that those sports facilities would go into the community scheme run by Sport A&I to get assistance there. And the purpose of that is that quite a lot of them have a much bigger rateable premises that they operate out of all of the facilities they have, but only a proportion of that is the bar facility or the food facility, which might have attracted support from LRSS. So I would be disappointed to find that if there isn't sufficient funds in that to support them. As far as I'm aware, the scheme is not yet fully subscribed, so it means that there is funding available in it, and I would encourage sports clubs to do that. I know because this is only coming in now, and LRSS has been paying out on a regular basis for over some time. A lot of people who previously got the 10k or the 25k grants believed they were eligible for this, but it was to try and put them, all of the sports, into the one scheme to make sure they get support, both in terms of loss of gate receipts, but also in terms of loss of business that they might have on that, and also to ensure that they weren't being rated for a huge premises with only a proportion of it was dedicated towards hospitality or other such income-raising ventures.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Yeah, and can I start off by thanking LPS for stepping up and helping to provide economic support during this very difficult time. Minister, given that there is a significant COVID support funding available, is some of that funding available to the Economy Minister for workers and businesses excluded from or ineligible for existing schemes?
Well, I've encouraged all ministers to try and reach out to anyone within areas that they would have a sectoral responsibility for who have not yet received any funding support. And there are still people out there, there are some sectors that we have mentioned already, and individuals who have struggled to be able to find the level of support they require. So I would hope that every department who has responsibility for every particular sector will take up that responsibility and try and ensure that they reach out to those people and find some way to give them support in time ahead, particularly, as you say, as we have funds available to do that. And while, of course, we will look at contingency plans for spending those funds and making sure they're spent, I think it's much better to try and get those to people who have not yet received some support.
Before I call the next member, just advise that questions 5 and 7 have been withdrawn, and I call Jerry Kelly.
Question 2, please.
Despite the challenging circumstances, work is progressing well, and we expect the Changing Places facility to be completed in April of this year. Planning approval for the facility was granted in September 2020, with construction work commencing in October.
Call Jerry Kelly, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer up to now. Well, it's good to see that the state is leading its way in Changing Places facilities. I'm glad to hear that update. But I'm sure the Minister will agree that these facilities are needed across the north. And maybe he could give us some update on his plans to bring forward or include requirements for Changing Places facilities and building regulations.
Well, the member is correct. The work on in relation to the facility down at the bottom of the estate has been done voluntarily by the Department for Finance ahead of the requirement. What we do intend to do is amend the technical guidance to building regulations rather than change the regulations, and that mirrors an approach in other administrations. But the intention of that is that we will make it in any new buildings of a certain type and size that it becomes a requirement to put in Changing Places facilities. Of course, you can't do that retrospectively, but I think we would be encouraging people where they are doing any works to building to undertake and recognise that requirement. I also would be prepared to consider the establishment of a fund to support people, or to encourage people, particularly those doing retrospective work, to bring this type of facility into place. Because when you do hear the stories from people who have had to struggle with no availability of this type of facility and change, large, not babies, but change them on the floor, basically, of toilets to change children, then you can see the stress and the trauma that would present to any parent that has in that facility. So I hope the example of the facility we're creating down at the play park will encourage others to go along, but we will be changing the regulations to make sure, changing the guidance to the regulations to make sure that becomes a requirement in the future for a whole range of public buildings.
Next question, I call Chris Little.
On the 18th of January this year, I advised the Assembly of the Executive's draft budget. This has also been published on my department's website for consultation. The draft budget recommends an uplift of approximately 1.8% for the Department of Education's resource DEL compared to its baseline position. This equates to an additional £41.1 million and would bring its opening budget position to £2.3 billion. A capital allocation of £158.3 million has also been recommended, and this is broadly equivalent to the Department's capital allocation in the last financial year. Unfortunately, the spending review has led to a very challenging budget settlement for all departments. Consequently, the education budget could only be further increased by taking money from another department.
Supplementary, Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Education is projecting a funding gap of £300 million for 2021-22 further to this budget allocation, which is profoundly concerning for the education sector in Northern Ireland. The Department of Finance commissioned the Ulster University Economic Policy Centre to produce an audit of the cost of division in Northern Ireland in 2016, which found the cost of division in education could be upwards of £95 million per year. Has the Department of Finance conducted any work towards addressing that cost of division and redirecting those funds to the front line of education?
Well, as the member will know, the departments from 2017 right through to January last year had no minister in place to try and direct any change in terms of public policy. And since we've come into place this year, we've obviously been dealing with the very immediate effects of the pandemic. I have to say that the budget settlement that we got for this year was hugely disappointing. There was something like £1.7 billion of pressures identified by departments which cannot be met as part of this budget settlement. So it is a huge challenge. The work that he talks about, I think, is not the sort of work that can be turned around between an announcement of our funding envelope in December and a need to allocate a budget in January and legislate for the supplementary estimates by the end of the financial year. So that is, I'm sure, work that will continue on into the future, but there's no doubt that all departments will be disappointed with the budget allocation, as are we in the Department of Finance.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, this document, the draft budget, which you've just been speaking about, doesn't contain the underspend that you calculate you will be able to carry forward, nor does it include any additional flexibility that the Treasury you think will be able to give. Can I ask exactly what the status is of the conversations you're having with Treasury? What carry forward do you expect to be permitted into the next financial year?
Well, the short answer is we don't know, because we haven't yet been informed. We did expect on Friday to hear from Treasury finally to get some clarity in relation to that carryover. We have some sense of expectation of what it might be, but we cannot include it in a document such as the one you've referenced unless we have some certainty attached to that. So the sooner we can get certainty in relation to that, and my officials continue to be engaged with Treasury on a daily basis to try and get the certainty that we require, and then the figures can be included in the final budget document.
PETITION.
Thank the Minister for his answers so far. Wonder, could the Minister tell us how he would respond to a request from the Education Minister for some of the unallocated COVID funding in order to close the digital divide? The Minister will be aware this is an issue that has had a light shone on it recently, where some school children don't have access to adequate IT devices or Wi-Fi.
Well, can I say I have invited, indeed encouraged, all executive colleagues to make bids for the unspent COVID money which had been returned by a number of departments in January, and I'd be certainly hugely sympathetic to the issue that he describes. I do know that I'm aware that certainly one company offered the Department of Education assistance free of charge in terms of connectivity, not necessarily the devices, and also in terms of the use of the usage of data on people's phones, which has been eaten up by trying to download lessons. And I'm not sure that support was taken up by the department, but I certainly would be very happy to consider and indeed encourage the Education Minister to make such bids as he has suggested.
Rachel Woods.
Mr. Speaker, with relation to the draft budget, can I ask the Minister for an update on the allocation for the Department for Communities, specifically regarding the funding for welfare mitigations, both current and future, and funding for crucial independent advice agencies?
Well, I continued. I mean, the budget position that was agreed was because we got such late notice of the actual funding envelope that we had, and that the outcome was so disappointing that in order to do anything substantially different, we'd have to engage in a reprioritisation exercise, which would mean that some departments would gain out of that and some departments would lose out of that. And given the time frame involved, the Executive agreed just to go forward with the same budget allocations that people had received in the last financial year. And so that has been put out there. I continue to talk to the Minister for Communities and other ministers in relation to the budget allocations, and obviously we want to try and improve the position going into the final budget, outcome. But we are waiting on a range of other issues that haven't been confirmed to us, including which is the flexibility we have for carryover for next year, also other funds which were committed under NDNA and confidence supply, fresh start agreements. All of these things can make an improved position to our budget outcome. And so we do hope for a better position in the final budget paper that we bring, but at the moment we don't have the information necessary. But suffice to say, as I've said on many times, it's a very unsatisfactory situation where you get such short notice and such a poor budget outcome.
William Hovey.
So far. The Minister will know that special education needs is a huge and growing problem in our schools. Can I ask the Minister what more resource can he give to the Education Minister to help with this growing problem?
Well, the current financial year's budget provided for an uplift of 42 million for special education needs, and that's rolled into the Department of Education baseline for the next financial year. The draft budget proposes a further 10 million uplift to help address special education needs pressures. If this allocation is agreed in the final budget, it's obviously going to be for the Education Minister to determine how best to utilise the funding and delivery of special education needs services.
I call Karen Mullen.
John Corda, question 4, Minister.
There are 6 thematic areas proposed within the new Peace Plus programme. Theme 3, empowering and investing in our young people, focuses on children and young people, and this theme includes the following interventions: Learning Together programme to provide direct, sustained contact between school-aged children from all backgrounds through collaboration between schools and youth organisations. Peace Plus Youth programme to enhance the capacity of children and young people to form positive and effective relationships with others of a different background and to make a positive contribution to building a cohesive society. Youth mental health and wellbeing will support cross-community, cross-border activities to lead to an improved understanding of youth mental health issues. It's expected the Peace Plus public consultation will commence in February 2021.
Karen Mullen, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, I've met with groups in Derry, some who currently receive EU social funds and others who don't, and they have expressed concerns to myself around the difficulties in accessing peace funding. Has that been addressed in Peace Plus?
Yes, we have had a number of conversations with the Special EU Programmes body in relation to the development of the Peace Plus programme, and had conversations also with ministers in the administration in Dublin who have a joint responsibility for that, and we have collectively expressed the view that was brought to us, because as part of those conversations we also spoke to people at grassroots community organisations about their experience of accessing peace money over the years, and the issue of that burden of administration and accessibility was one that came up to us repeatedly. So we have asked SEUPB to address that in the current Peace Plus proposals, to make sure that the purpose of peace money, which was to really get money very directly onto the ground, communities that were affected by the conflict, that bore the scars of the conflict, still those finances were made as accessible to them as possible, and they have assured us that that will be the case. The programme has been will be consulted on this month, so I advise all community and voluntary groups and people who have an interest in peace and ensuring that it gets to the areas that it was intended to target, to engage in the consultation and make sure their voices are heard.
Andrew Muir.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister will be very well aware of the significant shortfalls in funding designed to replace previous EU funding programmes. What representations is the Minister making in conjunction with the Scottish and Welsh counterparts to the Treasury to address this, despite all the promises were made that Brexit would be great for Northern Ireland?
Well, we have had continued sustained engagement, and I met last week with my Scottish and Welsh counterparts, and we discussed the issue of flexibility, which we were just discussing, but also the replacement of EU funding. They have the same view as we and the Executive have, is that EU funding should be replaced in full, as was promised. It should be given to the devolved administrations to design their own programmes, to allocate according to their own priorities. And as yet, we have absolutely no assurance that the direction of travel that seems to be confirmed by Treasury is that they intend to allocate themselves from Whitehall, and they intend to use it as part of the levelling up agenda, which I don't think corresponds with any of our priorities here, and is more aimed at northern cities in England. So we do intend, and we have agreed that we will continue. It's just very unfortunate none of us can actually go to London to meet in Treasury collectively, and we have to make joint representations virtually at the moment to Treasury. But we will continue to do that. I think it's a most unsatisfactory approach by Treasury and by the government in London generally, and certainly not what we were promised. There was to have been a pilot programme for next year, and as yet we have no detail of that at all, and there's a real concern that in the transition of that we are actually going to lose substantial amounts of money.
Call Rosemary Barton.
Minister, thank you for your answers so far. Minister, can you outline the quantum of Peace Plus funding and your expectations of future rounds and allocations?
Well, following the discussion between ourselves and Dublin in particular, and then with London, we have managed to get an increase, which is very, very welcome, contribution from Whitehall, which brings the total amount of funding up to about €1 billion. That will be over 7 years, the rollout. The current peace programme is continuing to roll out to the end of this year, and the new funding will come in then from the financial year beyond. So it is a substantial amount of money over 7 years. There undoubtedly, as there always is with peace funding, be huge demand on the ground. Peace Plus, as you will know, is taken in the interreg proportion of that as well as the peace. But nonetheless, I'm very pleased that we have managed to bring it up from what originally was sitting at about €650 million up to €1 billion. And I have no doubt that if we can get the programme designed correctly and if people engaged with this consultation as it comes out this month, and then we get the best possible usage of that on the ground where it's needed.
Christopher Stalford.
Speaker, the Minister talked in an earlier answer about areas scarred by the conflict, and he's absolutely right. And one of the ways in which that manifests itself is in physical dereliction. Can the Minister outline for us what percentage of the coming programme is likely to be devoted to capital works? Because that is one of the ways in which these programmes can actually leave a real lasting legacy in local communities when people see bricks and mortar and physical improvement in the areas in which they live.
Well, I absolutely agree with the member. One of the discussions that we did have with the community and voluntary sector and people who had a long-running experience of engaging with peace programmes over the years, and one of the points that they put to us, particularly in relation to areas around peace walls, is that while there was a strong desire to see the peace walls removed, there were a lot of things could be done in the interim for communities who live either side in terms of improving the areas themselves and that kind of capital investment which lifts an area and helps people to have a better quality of life. I haven't got the exact figure for the capital part of the programme, but I can certainly get that for the member. But that was one of the points I specifically put to SEUPB, that people whose communities had been scarred, not just in the physical sense, but in the sense of the built infrastructure around them, that there needed to be a look at how we can improve those communities and thereby improve the lives of people who live in them.
Mark Durgan.
Agad a ceann céist ever a sé.
To date, 21,619 applications have been received across all phases of the LRSS. 11,767 applications have been approved, resulting in payments worth £126.85 million. 7,225 applications have been rejected for the following reasons. About 31% of those were duplicate applications. 27% were ineligible business type, 20% not occupying the address on the application, 6% self-declared not open, and 16% for various other reasons. Members should be aware that many of those who have an application rejected may have had another application which has been approved. This is particularly the case with duplicate applications and applications that were made in respect of the wrong address, which made up half of the rejected cases. I would add that the Executive has established other support schemes, and many applicants who have been rejected by the LRSS are eligible for those schemes.
Mark Durgan, supplementary.
Is the Minister able to tell us how many of these have been appealed and how many reversed? And does he agree with us that it is unfair and completely unacceptable that businesses in some cases have had to wait almost 4 months to learn that their application has been rejected, and why?
Well, as I said, that about half of them in total have either been duplicate applications or ineligible business type. And I accept that this has taken much longer than we had intended. Quite a lot of the data that we had expected to get, certainly in terms of close contact services, didn't emerge in a way which was usable. I also say there have been 5 different levels of restrictions since the restrictions began again in October, resulting in 27 different levels of payments. That's a huge complexity for an organisation to manage. Nonetheless, we would have wanted it to be responding much quicker than it has. In some cases, I know one case in his own constituency, I think there were 14 different applications for the one premises. So 13 of those are recorded as rejections. But yet to get to the one that has actually accepted, or indeed where people have provided wrong addresses and have corrected the information, then those count as rejections as well. So there is an appeal process. I don't have the exact figure of how many people have got through the appeal process, but it still is ongoing. There are huge complexities in business and a significant amount of error in terms of applications, which I know that people have been frustrated waiting on all of this, and the team working on it have been doing this as quickly as they possibly can. But it is, on some stages, these things always have to be hand-sifted to make sure that some of the details that have been presented are correct. But I would still encourage people, if they aren't satisfied with the outcome, to appeal, and those appeals will be heard.
Kerry Middleton.
Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answer so far. The Minister will be aware that amongst those unsuccessful applications were, as mentioned earlier, the sporting social clubs. The Minister for Communities indicated that a new scheme would be developed to look at those who were not eligible for the LRSS. Can the Minister confirm that if those conversations are ongoing, and if not, will he tie in with the Department for Communities Minister to ensure that that does happen?
Well, the scheme that they would apply to is that Sports Sustainability Fund, which takes account of lost income for all sporting organisations, was organised in conjunction with the overarching sporting bodies themselves. So that's what we agreed. Those conversations have taken place, and agreed that that was the place for those people to go. As I say, in terms of trying to fit them into LRSS scheme, you'll find that the rateable premises that might provide the hospitality, for instance, in the sports club, is a small portion of that. So they would be rated as a huge premises, but yet it's only a smaller proportion that's actually involved in that business side of things. So it was agreed between ourselves and communities that the Sustainability Fund, which can look at lost income, both in terms of gate receipts and other lost income, maybe through sponsorship or whatever else, plus hospitality, which takes into account what the facilities they had were earning in terms of food and drink, and that can be measured in a more accurate way then per sports club, and that was the scheme. So that is the scheme that was devised for. That is ongoing. Applications have opened to it, and I'm told that it hasn't been fully subscribed yet, so I'd encourage clubs to ensure that they follow that through.
Martina Anderson.
Minister, many businesses in the transport sector have received insufficient support, COVID support or none at all. How many bids have you received from the Infrastructure Minister with regards to those businesses who have been excluded? I'm particularly mindful of taxi operators and those businesses who have, or drivers, taxi drivers, who received insufficient funds during this COVID pandemic.
Well, I've encouraged the Minister did receive funding for a bid that she made earlier in the year, and obviously the Department for Infrastructure are responsible for the operation and the payout for that scheme. I know there have been further bids to support those sectors again, which I'm very happy to recommend to the Executive. And again, I think in the case of operators, there was some discussion whether they fitted into a scheme that the Department of Economy were running or into the taxi driver scheme. I'm not sure how that was resolved between the ministers involved, but I have encouraged, as I say, in general terms, people to ensure that they have bids in to make sure that any sectors who feel they were left out or not fully supported, that they make an effort to reach out to them in the short time ahead to try and get as much support as we can to them.
That ends the period for a list of questions. We move now to 15 minutes of topical questions. I call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, do you plan to continue making payments to successful applicants of the localised restriction support scheme?
Yes, for as long as the restrictions apply. We have told LRS and we have advised the Executive, indeed we bid for an additional £100 million ourselves of the COVID funding that was available to continue on those schemes for as long. Now, when we get to the end of March, where we are with that then is a different story, because the COVID funding that's been available next year is about £500 million. Health will take up a very significant proportion of that. That compares with the £3 billion COVID funding we had this year. So certainly, at least until the end of March, we will continue to pay out businesses as long as they are prevented from opening.
Supplementary, Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his reassuring answer. But can the Minister say if there are any cases where payments won't have continued without any correspondence from your department to explain why this has happened?
Well, I would hope not. I can't say for absolutely certain if every piece of correspondence that goes out or doesn't go out of the department, but it should be the function of LPS. And as I say, bear in mind, LPS were a rates collection agency and they repurposed themselves and had to gain extra powers to be able to be a payments agency, which they've done at times in very challenging circumstances and to the frustration of those who were on the receiving end of payments, but nonetheless have paid out in total over this course of this pandemic a huge amount of money to business support on the ground. But if people haven't been corresponded with properly, then I would invite the member to contact myself in the department. We will ensure that that is rectified.
Mr. George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Minister confident that he will not be returning any COVID money back to Her Majesty's Treasury?
Well, I think the priority will be to try and get flexibility to carry over money to the next financial year. That's our first priority because, as I was outlining in an earlier question, we have a very challenging budget situation for next year for all departments. And the more carryover we have, the more we can try and meet some of the pressures that departments might be facing next year. I've also encouraged all ministers in all departments to look very strongly at the sectors that they should be offering support to and to see if they can continue that support, rerun schemes, try and reach out to sectors who perhaps haven't got sufficient or any support at all. And I continue to encourage that. I have contingency plans developed to make sure that we can spend out all of the money that we have, but I would prefer to see as many sectors as we possibly can getting support in the number of weeks we've left in this financial year.
Supplementary, George Robinson.
Does the Minister agree that he has held on to too much money for too long, and this has made it difficult for departments to spend much needed money, which can, in some cases, such as dry cleaners, sewing businesses and others, they could go to the wall?
Well, can I say, when we had the COVID allocation prior to Christmas, we had significant injection. We allocated all apart from 26 million, I think it was. So the money that we are now attempting to allocate is money that has come back from departments. So it wasn't a question of sitting on money at all. We did allocate out all of the money. We only kept a relatively small proportion of money for after Christmas, and in some senses we were concerned we might leave ourselves short. But there had been such a return. For instance, health returned about £90 million. Department of Economy returned something similar. Very significant returns from a number of departments, and of course we want to get those spent. And we do want to see the businesses that he is, particularly those small businesses who are struggling, we want to see support provided to them and those businesses reached out to, and that's why I've encouraged all departments that have responsibility for all of the different sectors to try and ensure that they respond to the needs of those sectors and make bids accordingly, and I will be more than happy to recommend those bids if they come in.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, just referring to the letter you put in the library today in answer to Mr. Allister's question about the centenary, where you said the British government has created a fund for the centenary, and of course it has, which is a £3 million fund. But could I ask the Minister, have you had any departmental bids for any funding in regards to the centenary?
Well, and the reason I had made that comment because the TEO had been responsible for the decade of the centenaries, and I wrongly assumed that responsibility was with them. I haven't had any bids for that. I would have to go back and check all of, because as the member will understand, when we rolled over the budget, it was simply the same allocations last year. There was something like 1.7 billion of unmet pressures from all of the departments. So I would need to check exactly, was this identified by TEO as a pressure that they wanted to meet or not. But I'm not aware at this moment that any bids have been made from any particular departments, but I'm happy to check and come back to the member.
Supplementary, Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Minister. I thank you for that. And I guess my follow-up question is very obvious, and if I can put it, and that is: would your department be receptive to any bids from, say, the Department for the Economy to celebrate our economic power over the last 100 years, or the Department for Health to celebrate our NHS, or indeed agriculture to celebrate our farming during this centenary? Would you be open to receiving those bids?
I'm always open to receiving bids. It's not my responsibility to make a political judgment on the bids themselves, and we can have an argument about what an economic powerhouse we are, or how successful our agriculture has been, and dependent on Europe for support, which we would hope might be continued by the British Government. There's certainly no guarantee of that. We'll see where our agriculture is on the other side of that. But nonetheless, it's not up to me to make a judgment. I'm happy to receive bids. What we do is we judge them according to the value for money aspect and the proposition they put together. My department makes a judgment, and I make a recommendation or a proposition to the Executive, and they decide. So I don't decide on the merit. Ultimately, it's the Executive itself that decides on the merit of any bid and any funding allocation.
Nicole Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister why he has not made provision for labour market intervention schemes within his draft budget?
Well, there are, as I said, there are something like 1.7 billion unmet pressures. So when departments, when the Executive agreed that with the budget outcome we had and the time frame available to try and consult and to get the necessary legislation done, there was no time for a significant reprioritisation exercise. So essentially the money that departments had from last year was rolled over. So it is going to be up to the ministers in those departments to make calls in relation to what their priorities are. And that's going to be challenging, and that's why alongside that I'm pushing, of course, for as much flexibility as we can to carry over to next year to meet some pressures that are arising from all of the departments. But ultimately it will be for ministers in those departments who have the same level of funding they had last year to make calls in relation to what their priorities are, and I'm sure that the issues he has outlined, which I think cross both communities and Department of Economy, will be ones that the ministers will be considering.
Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister would be aware that announced from Westminster was a programme called Kickstart, and indeed that programme was introduced in September of last year, and the Minister for Communities wanted to do a bespoke scheme in Northern Ireland and indicated that it would be titled Job Start. According to her department, the department was unable to launch the scheme on the 14th of December, December, as planned, as there was no financial funding available for labour market interventions. And therefore that scheme is now dormant at the very least.
Yes, and it would have been at that stage that the department, with its good intent to launch additional schemes, particularly recognising the economic impact that the pandemic has had, I have no doubt was well intentioned in terms of wanting to launch the scheme. We only learnt on the 25th of November what our funding envelope was for the budget. That was only confirmed on the 10th of December. So the department then realised that they had simply the allocation they had last year with no scope for additional programmes that they might want to carry forward. So that's the draft budget proposition. It goes through a process of consultation and engagement with all ministers and other areas that we're looking to in terms of funding possibilities, and then it will reach the final budget proposition stage. And if the position doesn't improve for departments, then they're going to have to look at, if they consider a priority for certain schemes, then what other schemes might they have to drop to meet that priority.
Roy Beggs.
Minister, earlier in listed questions you indicated that because of the relatively short notice of the final budget allocation, you didn't have adequate time to consult. So do you accept that other devolved regions, such as Scotland, commenced consultation well in advance of that final allocation, and so we're in a much better place to prioritise and to decide where we should spend our money?
Well, they might have been consulting early, but they didn't know the amount of funding they had. Neither did Wales, and I had a conversation with both finance ministers during the week, last week, and Scotland only launched their budget last Thursday, I think it was. So they may have been out having a broad consultation in terms of what priorities people would like to see, and of course we have about £1.7 billion worth of pressures that departments would have liked to spend money on that they cannot now meet. So it's a question of judgment. People can go out and consult if they wish, but if they don't know the funding envelope that they're operating from, arguably the consultation is rendered null and void, because certainly in relation to the last question that was asked, the department in all good intent wanted to do a scheme and then found out very abruptly at the end of November, start of December, that the funding was not available for that unless they reprioritised within the department and decided to take funding from somewhere else.
Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I fully accept that no one can make final decisions until the final amount is revealed. But would the Minister still not accept that if consultation had happened, you'd be much better placed to react? And indeed, will you be falling in line with the previous recommendations about how to modernise our budget process so that we have a meaningful consultation with the public, our stakeholders and indeed Assembly committees?
Well, in order to react, as he said, if an earlier consultation process without any sense of what the funding amount was had thrown up priorities that the Executive agreed with, in order to react to meet those, the Executive would have had to go into, once we learned the outcome of the budget, gone into a reprioritisation exercise where some departments would have lost money in order to meet some of the priorities from other departments. And with the time frame available to us, that was going to be very difficult, if not impossible. I do agree with him in terms of the budget process and making it more transparent, more accessible, and we've been working on that and will continue to work on that. And I know he reminded me that when we were in the Finance Committee together, many years back, that we had pushed this idea, and I'm still wedded to that idea of a simpler and more transparent and more accessible budget process for people. But of course, the spending review, which gave us our funding envelope, was to have taken place over last summer. It was pushed back into the autumn, and we didn't get the final amount until the 25th of November, and then not confirmed until the 10th of December. So all good intentions of this institution are dependent on what processes run through over in Whitehall. And if they stall or delayed, and it can throw our best intentions awry. But nonetheless, I do think we do need to continue that work to simplify and streamline and make more accessible the budget process.
John O'Dowd.
Minister, you'll be aware that there are many students and their hard-pressed families waiting an announcement in relation to financial support from the Department of Economy. Can you give us a latest status report in terms of bids received and progress made?
Yes, I absolutely accept. I know the member made this point, I think, last week when I was in the Chamber doing a statement. In relation to students, I absolutely accept there's a very significant level of hardship and stress among students who have been paying, both in terms of for courses, but also in terms of accommodation, and not being able to access either in a very satisfactory manner. And so there is very significant hardship. I noticed in some party political campaigns around these issues that they're identifying me as the problem. I'd never be identified when the solution's found. I never get the credit for it, but there you go. That's politics for you. But of course, the Economy Minister has responsibility for students. She has made a bid for a significant amount of money for support, and she advises me that she's intending to make a further bid for another significant amount. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope it meets the needs of students in the way that have been identified, and I hope perhaps that when that funding is allocated, maybe some of the other political parties will credit both of us for the success of that outcome, or perhaps not.
John O'Dowd.
The Minister will be aware that failure is an orphan and success is many guardians. But in terms of on another group in our society who have been left behind in terms of support, the Micro Business Fund, has there been any bids received to reopen the Micro Business Fund?
Not as yet. I have encouraged the Economy Minister that there are a number of very small sectors who still struggle to get support or haven't got sufficient support, and that might be a means of addressing that. So I wait to see as there a bid comes forward for that. But I'm very keen to make sure that we get support to sectors and to individuals who haven't been able to access it to date, and that would be one way of addressing that.
And time is up. Can members take reads for a moment or two, please? Members, we will now move on to questions of the Minister of Health. And I call Jim Allister to ask the first question. Mr. Allister.
Question 1.
A department has no power to prevent any citizen, including a civil servant, from bringing legal proceedings in his or her own name, as the member himself will be especially aware the outcome is then a matter for the courts.
Now, before I invite Mr. Allister for his supplementary, members will be aware of reports that judicial review proceedings are ongoing. And before we begin, I want to advise members of the need to take care in their supplementary questions. It really is the onus on members to exercise caution in any supplementary questions to ensure that they do not refer to the substance of those proceedings and to ensure that those proceedings are not prejudiced. And I call Jim Allister for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take cognizance of your direction. The Minister will be aware that this touches upon a matter very close to the heart of the still grieving parents of Claire Roberts, who will be listening and watching in respect of this matter. So can I ask the Minister, does his department fully accept the findings of the O'Hara inquiry into hypothermia, which included a finding that Professor Ian Young, who reviewed the case of Claire Roberts, had identified failings in the fluid management of Claire, but failed to inform the family and the coroner of this fact, and instead provided misleading information that was intended to protect the hospital and the doctors? How then is it tenable for that person to continue to hold a key public-facing role with that finding as the voice of the Department on matters of great public health importance?
Taking what the Speaker has said into consideration, the member will be aware that I and my department have accepted all 96 recommendations that are in the Justice O'Hara report. In the introduction of the report, Mr. Justice O'Hara recorded important caveats in relation to individuals who were criticised by his reports. He stated the public inquiry process is investigative and inquisitorial and seeks to determine what has happened in order to better identify what may be learned. Accordingly, and this is his quote, I have found myself in a very different position to a judge sitting in a court of law. In identifying what has gone wrong, I have inevitably criticised some individuals and organisations, but my findings are not binding and are not determinative of liability. He further made clear, I am conscious that the individuals who are criticised were not able to defend themselves as they might in adversarial proceedings and were subscribed in their right to make representations. I am also aware that individuals who are criticised may attract adverse publicity, affecting both reputation and career. Therefore, where critical comment is made of an individual, it must be assessed in the context of the limitations of the process.
Flynn.
Could I ask the Minister if he has any update on the hyponatremia work streams and when he expects they'll be due for completion? Thank you.
And I thank the member for her supplementary. As she knows, there are 9 work streams and 7 subgroups that were established within an overarching project to lead the work required to implement the recommendations of the inquiry into the hypernatremia-related deaths. The work streams and subgroups are duty of candour, death certification, duty of quality, paediatric clinical collaborative, serious adverse incidents training, user experience and advocacy, workforce and professional regulation and assurance. I want the recommendations implemented fully but without unintended consequences. To do this, I have gathered together over 200 people from different backgrounds to work through how best to implement the recommendations. They include service users and carers, the voluntary and community sector, and people from health and social care organisations. This co-production approach will help ensure that the changes we make work in practice.
Paul Kelly-Armstrong.
Question number 4.
Sorry, just bear with me a wee second. We thought you had stood for a supplementary, so Question. Morris Bradley, I call.
Mr. Speaker, question 2.
Thank you, Speaker. With your permission, I'll group questions 2, 7, 10 and 14. With your indulgence, I would like some latitude to provide a more thorough answer. The plan for deploying the vaccines is well underway and has been designed to be pragmatic, agile and flexible. The programme started on the 8th of December and by close of play yesterday, 246,421 vaccines had been administered. This includes 221,809 first doses and 24,612 second doses. The deployment plans involves a mixture of delivery models. Most people aged 80 years and over should now have been invited to receive their first dose or have been advised that they can expect to receive the vaccine. Housebound patients on the GP register who are over 80 will be vaccinated by GPs working in conjunction with their district nursing colleagues. In addition, those care home residents not vaccinated by mobile teams will also receive the vaccine from a district nurse working with their GP practice. GPs will regularly check their records to ensure none of their patients in the eligible cohorts has missed out on an offer of vaccination. The vaccination of priority groups 1 and 2 has largely been completed, and the GP programme is currently working through the vaccination of priority groups 3 to 4, those aged 70 to 79, as well as those individuals deemed clinically extremely vulnerable. GPs will be in touch to invite individuals in groups 3 and 4 to come to receive the vaccine, and for the vast majority of individuals, no further action is required. However, for anyone in groups 1 or 2 who still has not been contacted from their GP, I would suggest they contact their practice to check the position. Vaccination wastage has been incredibly small, which is due entirely to the professionalism and dedication of the pharmacy staff. Vaccinators and GP staff have managed to keep it so low. It is currently estimated that less than 0.5%. That is much lower than a normal vaccination programme and ensures that the vast majority of the precious resource, which is the vaccine, is being given to those who need it most. The rollout of the vaccination programme is of course dependent on a steady supply of vaccine. We are part of the UK-wide procurement process, which should ensure the UK has access to up to 367 million doses. Northern Ireland will receive 2.85% of all the available COVID vaccines in the UK, and as members will be aware, the UK was the first country in the world to authorise the deployment of a COVID-19 vaccine. JCVI has identified the best option for preventing mortality and morbidity initially is to protect those most at risk, namely those persons falling within priority groups 1 to 9, and as such the vaccination plan has been targeted towards specific age cohorts of the population most at risk. The vaccination plan therefore does not measure deployment against overall population numbers. However, vaccination deployment is an ongoing programme and subject primarily to the availability of vaccine. Therefore, this means average weekly rate is likely to change and increase as larger cohorts of the population come forward to be vaccinated.
Well, Morris Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to the Minister for his very detailed answers. But Minister, I make reference to an 87-year-old constituent who was invited to attend a vaccination session at the Joy Dunlop Centre in Ballymoney. My constituent is housebound and in isolation, as is his daughter. Neither have any means to get to Ballymoney. The man, like many like him, are in need of a home visit. They have contacted their local health centre, but so far they have not heard any further word on a schedule for vaccination. Minister, it is people like this who may be falling through the net that we need to be clear and have clear advice and guidance for to ensure everyone called for vaccination is dealt with in a timely fashion.
I thank the member for his question. And as I said, the housebound patients on the GP register who are over 80 will be vaccinated by GPs working in conjunction with their district nursing colleagues. So the member's constituent will be got to in a timely manner. And if the member wants to forward on details of the practice or the constituents, I'll happily follow it up.
Call John Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for his answers. What consideration has he given to establishing a standby list whereby people, for example, carers, SEND teachers, PSNI, anybody in frontline contact with the most at-risk groups can come in at short notice to fill any gaps there may be? Thank you.
And I thank the member for her question. As you will know, we've moved now into using our regional centres for those 65 to 69 cohort. who are being brought forward on appointment basis. So those, I can assure you, there's very few people missing out in those appointments, so there's not necessary to have that standby list. Should we have any vaccine that has come to the end of its usability or its shelf life, we're actually calling forward a small cohort of health and social care workers to receive their second dose, so we can move on with that programme.
Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. But following on from the previous question, and I do appreciate the Minister has been thorough, but thankfully the waste has been low, and that has been due to the fact that the reserve list or the standby list have been staff who are readily available to turn up on site. But has the Minister any plans to make sure there is a consistent approach across all GP practices to ensure that the reserve lists are built up in a similar fashion and that they're accessed in a quick and speedy way by those who need it?
And I thank the member for a question. I think we're working with, in the region of 321 GP practices who are rolling out that vaccination programme to the elderly cohorts and those who are clinically extremely vulnerable as well. So again, they're calling forward patients to fill specific time slots, so it's not a first come, first served basis. So most of those slots are being taken up by people who are actually being called forward rather than having any surplus left at the end of the day.
Linda Dillon.
Cont'd. Minister, thank you for your answers so far. But we have been contacted by a number of GP surgeries, particularly in the Northern and Southern Trust, Northern Trust in particular, that are saying they are not receiving sufficient numbers of vaccine in order to be able to vaccinate those over 70s, 80s and 90s, whilst obviously we have the programme for the 65 to 69-year-olds, which is very welcome, but we then have this very vulnerable group who feel that they're not being prioritised. Can you let us know what you're going to do to address that?
And I think to clarify for the member, although people talk about our vaccination programme, we're running a twin-track programme, and that's because of the particular peculiarities of both vaccines. The Pfizer vaccine is one that still has to be stored at -70 to -80, so that's why it's being used specifically through our regional centres. And I think, as Mr Bradley highlighted earlier on, we're using that younger cohort, the 65 to 69s who are more mobile, more agile, can actually go to that. So the GP practices are picking up the other cohorts as well. In regards to the supply of the AstraZeneca vaccine, as soon as we get a delivery, it's put out to the GPs. It doesn't sit in our central stores for any period of time. There will be incidents where they receive a batch which isn't enough to complete a full cohort of a specific age group. But what I would say to those GP practices is make a start. You don't have to wait until you have enough vaccine to do the entirety of the cohort. If the member wants to give me details of GP practices, I can get back to her with how much that GP practice actually received and when they received it, because we're keeping very tight eye on the amount of vaccines that each of them received, plus the returns that they are putting in regards to the number of patients that they are vaccinating as well, to make sure we're getting maximum use out of the vaccine that we are distributing.
Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answers. Does the Minister agree with me that the EU Commission, in apparent desperation to cover up their own vaccine procurement failings, should never have brought potential future supplies of this life-saving vaccine into the realms of such a contentious political debate over the flawed protocol arrangements?
And I thank the member for the point. I know there has been much discussion over this issue since the EU triggered Article 16 on Friday. This, Mr Speaker, actually had very real, or potentially very real implications for ourselves, because we had vaccine actually in transit. And had that article been enforced, we may have seen difficulties in the supply and the arrival of vaccines here in Northern Ireland. So while there was the noise being made on Friday evening, I would like to pay tribute to those officials within my department who were working vigorously behind the scenes to make sure that that deployment and that dispatch of vaccines actually arrived here on Friday night and was able then fit to be distributed through our practices on our vaccination centres. Vaccine is not something that should become political. We've been very clear in over the last year that in regards to how we fight COVID-19, it's not about politics, it's about saving lives.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister,
Carers, as you know, have been living through the most anxious times over the last year, and many of them are contacting their GP surgeries to find out when they'll be called forward for the vaccines, and they're being told that they're still not a priority group. I asked Patricia Donnelly 2 weeks ago if she could produce a leaflet specifically for carers so they are not having to go to the GP practices. Can you please issue a statement to give them clarity on when they will be called forward? Thank you.
And I thank the member, and just to be clear, it's not that carers are not a priority. They do come in the priority matrix that has been established by JCVI. So we are working our way through the criteria that have been left out by the JCVI in order of risk. So we will be getting to them. I know Patricia took on board your ask at the last Health Committee and is working on that, so we can get that reassurance out to carers that we will get to them. Now, we need to be clear that we are still in the early days of this vaccine programme, so and we are dependent on vaccine supplies as well of the two vaccines that have currently been approved and we have in stock. So as more vaccines come online, more get approval, we will be able to accelerate even further those vaccines and those priority groupings as well. So we'll certainly put out that clarity or that reformation that the members asked for.
Harry Harvey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, question number 3.
I thank the member for his question, and as he'll know, the unfortunate reality is that Northern Ireland Health Service was already struggling to meet demand for elective services well before the pandemic. We simply did not have the workforce, particularly the nursing workforce, to be able to provide sufficient elective and unscheduled care at times of pressure. And as a result of the prevailing COVID situation, an even greater number of staff have been absent or have had to be redeployed to meet the urgent and immediate needs of extremely ill patients requiring urgent treatment. The Chief Nursing Officer has requested the Northern Ireland Practice Education Council for Nursing undertake a project into the priority of nursing careers in response to the recognised number of nursing vacancies within the particular area of practice. The purpose of the project is to promote perioperative nursing and develop a career pathway to support and develop of registered and non-registered nursing staff. The member will also be aware that we reopened the workforce appeal in an effort to build capacity with particular focus on certain roles and positions across hospitals and community care. This is a short-term fix and only delivers a temporary solution. We need to fix the problem on a permanent basis with newly trained and qualified people appointed to permanent positions. The record number of pre-registration nursing and midwifery training places commissioned this year includes the additional 300 indicated under New Decade New Approach. It will take 3 years of training before these students can be registered to practice, and these additional nurses require an investment of some £38 million over a 6 to 7 year period. Tackling our unacceptable waiting lists will not be possible without sustained and substantial investment and additional staffing. And I have made it clear that this must be a major executive priority in 2021 and beyond.
Harry Harvey, supplementary.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers thus far. I want to publicly thank all key workers, especially the healthcare workers in the front line. I know that your announcement last week about a recognition payment to health workers was very welcome. Can the Minister please clarify if this will include all agency and zero-hour contract staff? And could the Minister provide a time frame for the payment? Thank you.
I thank the member, and I thank his acknowledgement for the support that has been made and offered. We are still working with our trade union colleagues and other stakeholders as well to the clarity and the detail of some of the specifics around that cohort as well, to show that they are a valued part of our workforce as well. So that is a bit of the ongoing work in relation to that support and that acknowledgement, because it is only a small acknowledgement. The monies that for our permanent workforce are there in regards to the HSC staff. I have that within my budget. The Finance Minister give a credence to the ministerial direction that I've issued, so that should be working through our way through payments and processes very shortly.
Liz Kimmins.
And thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, as you'll know, retaining our skilled nurses and other healthcare professionals are just as important as recruiting and training more. Can you outline what new initiatives has your department undertaken to support staff to stay in post, including, for example, a regional menopause policy?
I thank the member for her question, and I'll be quite honest with the last point. It is not something that has been brought to my attention or come across my desk, but I can assure the member now that she has raised it. It is something I will raise with our Workforce Directorate and the Chief Nursing Officer, because contributions made in this House do help and shape the way we go forward and the way my department takes overall policy. But I do want maybe just to highlight something, that the overall vacancy rate for registered, especially registered nursing and midwifery staff, at the end of September 2020 was 7.4%. That's unacceptably high. But back to this level, actually and that's equivalent to the level last seen on March 2017. But it's a major improvement from the peak vacancy, which was at 13.1% recorded in June of last year. So the recruitment and retention is actually something that is ongoing. We have put in those additional supports that have been more focused on support during the pandemic, rather than specifically on retention. But in the issue that the member has raised is one I certainly raised within the department, and I thank her for that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I welcome your remarks in regards to our nursing workforce, who do need to be valued and they do need to be recognised. But would the Minister agree with me that we must not forget about our non-clinical staff, the cleaners, the porters, the chefs, the laundry workers, who without them our NHS couldn't do what they're doing?
And I thank the member for his point, and I think that is one of the things I've done as Minister coming in, is making sure that we value and recognise all our workforce within the health and social care system. Because the unfortunate language that has been used even a couple of weeks ago in regards to the differential between frontline and backroom, I think was disappointing and derogatory to many. Because without those backroom staff, as they were so termed, the front line couldn't work. So to me as Minister, each one is a vital part, a vital cog in our overall health service and how we actually support patients as they go through their clinical pathway and the medical supports that they need. So without any of the individuals that the member recognised, nothing could work within our health service. So I value them all equally and appreciate the work that they do, often unrecognised because they are often in the background making the entirety of the machine work.
I call Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Obviously, in terms of staffing, illness and self-isolation is also a problem, and we're hearing more and more about the increased levels of new variants of COVID-19 into Northern Ireland. And given the fact that it's been announced that door-to-door testing for the South Africa variant is to start in England, are you as Minister looking to plan to do similar here in Northern Ireland?
I thank the member, and to be quite honest, before coming into the chamber I hadn't heard of the door-to-door testing for the variant, but it is something that our party colleague Mr Newton raised as soon as he sat down, as soon as I sat down, because he had his ear to the ground. It's not something, but it's something we will follow up in regards to the utilisation of our testing centres, as to how we best position those. In regards, if it is being used door to door in any specific region, I would be concerned just because there's maybe a concern that there is a breakout or a hotspot of that variant in that particular geographical area. Something, fortunately, that we have yet to see in Northern Ireland.
Next question, Kelly Armstrong.
Question number 4.
And I thank the member for her question. It remains my department's position that care home visiting can be safely facilitated through compliance with the regional principles for visiting in care settings, which are clearly set out in the existing guidance. We encourage all involved to work together to ensure that care home residents can avail of visits from their friends and families while maintaining a safe environment. The decision to permit visitors into a care home and how this is organised remains the responsibility of the care home manager. Such discussions should be based on a dynamic risk assessment, taking into account the particular circumstances of the individual care home in order to ensure the safety of all residents and visitors. Health and social care trusts have been asked to work with care homes to provide the support that they might require to move forward with risk assessments that facilitate safe, managed and meaningful visiting arrangements and the implementation of the care partner concept. In addition, the Public Health Agency are working with relevant stakeholders to continue to support the processes for implementation of meaningful visiting and the care partner concept. I fully understand why some care homes remain cautious about implementing both visiting arrangements and the care partner concept based on their experiences to date of managing the transmission and the impact of COVID-19. Nevertheless, there is an appreciation of the right to a family life for those living in care home settings, and in particular to acknowledge the critical importance of sustaining relationships between residents and their family and friends, particularly at this time of year. It is clear that there are a significant number of families who feel that they have not been able to visit their relatives or set up care partner arrangements in line with regional guidance. Some of the stories told by families are deeply concerning, and we know that they do not reflect the sector as a whole, and appreciate how hard many homes have been working to facilitate both the care partner concept and safe visiting arrangements between residents and their friends or families.
Kelly Armstrong, supplementary.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I do thank you and all of the colleagues within the Health Service for taking this forward. But I'm just wanting to ask, and thank you very much for the risk assessments, as we know they will be key, but could you outline how you've sought to communicate and promote this to potential care partners to ensure that they are all following guidelines, aware of it and able to let people know so that the visiting can happen safely?
And I thank the member for that critical point. One of the pieces of work we have been doing has actually been led by Patient-Client Council in regards to supporting especially families who've experienced difficulty in accessing some homes due to, well, some homes that have been supported by the guidance, by the supports that we have given, but also in regards to how they implement even the care partner arrangements as well. So we've asked the Patient-Client Council to lead that piece of work as an independent body, interacting between ourselves and the families who have been affected. Some very harrowing stories, and I'm sure the members have received, I'm sure most members have received through their constituency office as well. But many examples of good practice as well, being put out there by good homes as well. So I want to put on record my thanks to those homes who are doing that extra piece of work to make sure that visiting can proceed safely and with less risk. It'll never be risk-free, but with less risk than some of the homes. So that ongoing piece of work and engagement is ongoing, and my Chief Nursing Officer, Chief Social Worker, met with the Patient-Client Council and a number of family representatives within the last couple of weeks to discuss some of the particular difficulties with certain homes in certain regions as to how they take what should be an offer of support and encouragement that comes from my department as to how we actually facilitate visiting for families and residents.
McGuigan, supplementary.
Minister, just on the subject of visiting arrangements and limitations, which have been a constant source of worry and emotional turmoil for staff, patients and for relatives, can the Minister outline if the current restrictions on visiting, for example, in maternity wards, settings will likely to change?
I thank the member for her question, and I kind of welcome her to the Health Committee as well, and look forward to working with her. The updated visiting guidance, which came into effect from the 15th of January, outlines that the specific restrictions for each care setting are aligned to the pandemic surge levels and the R value. So this represents the risk of the virus spreading from one infected person to another, and on average the guidance is based on the best scientific advice available at any given time. Northern Ireland is currently in surge level 5, which states that in maternity settings a birth partner will be facilitated to accompany the pregnant woman to date scan, early pregnancy clinic, anomaly scan, fetal medicine department when admitted to an individual room for active labour, and that will be determined by their midwife and birth. So the decision to permit visitors into a facility on a day-to-day basis will still lie with the nurse in charge and be based on a risk assessment and the ability to ensure social distancing and safety of both patients and visiting. This is not the experience I would hope for expectant mothers, and I recognise this is a very anxious time for all families. Many difficult requests have been and will continue to be made of the public around all aspects of the health service provision in order to reduce the spread of infection and to protect expectant mothers, their families and the staff providing the care.
Mark Duggan.
And I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. The Minister has quite rightly identified the challenges in care homes as regards visits, and I suppose the extra burden that puts on staff, who in many cases now are almost substitute families, for the people under their care. Given that so many of our care homes are independently owned, can the Minister give an assurance to those hard-working and heroic staff in our care homes that they will also be eligible for the recognition payment, the very welcome recognition payment that he announced last week?
I thank the member for his question, and there is a piece of work going on in regards to stakeholders within the independent sector as to how we actually carry forward that recognition payment so it can be properly utilised and get to the people who are most deserving.
That ends the period for list of questions. We will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Orlia Flynn.
And Minister, maybe just to bring it back to, I know you touched on the vaccinations earlier in question time, but just on that same point, so when I'm thinking about, we've obviously been dealing with different queries of people falling through the gaps, and the housebound was referenced. I'm also thinking about people in community hospitals and people who aren't actually registered with a GP. Is there any sort of reassurances that you can give to those groups of people just to ensure that they don't miss out somewhere along the line in the vaccination programme? Thank you.
In regards to anyone who's not registered with a GP, I would encourage them to do it. In regards to access of vaccine, I suggest they do go forward and make themselves known to their local GP or get in touch with the Health and Social Care Board so they do it on. There's no danger or harm being registered with your local GP as well, and even out with provision of the vaccine as well. In regards to those people who are in hospital and come, they'll not fall through the cracks because the GPs working with the hospital clinicians will make sure that they are put onto a vaccination list and are covered as well.
Supplementary, Orlia Flynn.
Yes, thank you. And then just to follow on from Paula had made the point around the carers and the prioritisation within the vaccination programme, and we've also been receiving lobbies, as you'll know, from teachers within special school settings. So I know that the GCVA had come out and they had stated that those decisions around prioritisation, that there are policy decisions, and I'm just wondering, Minister, if you could outline then, the role that you would play in designing how we prioritise our vaccination programme. Thank you.
And I thank the member for the topic that she raises. One of the very clear directions from JCVI is the direction of travel and the priority risks, especially to those higher groups as well. So that's why we're being very strict and stringent as to the phases that we've taken in phase 1 and phase 2 of our vaccination programme. And I think the member has seen that. It's been widely publicised and also has been brought to light and communicated through the Health Committee as well. In regards to accessing different groups and different priority groups as they come, JCVI is currently working and looking at that, and what they're doing, as far as we're led to believe, is actually looking at the risk base of certain professions once they move out, once we get through those age groups and the clinically extremely vulnerable. In regards to the special school staff that the member did mention, there has been ongoing conversations between my department and the education department as well, in regards to looking at those staff working in special schools who do fit or may fit the criteria that also aligns with the caring role of domiciliary care workers, of hospital workers as well. So if there is an alignment that we can see closely aligns to what has been recommended by JCVI, we will move in that direction.
I call Andy Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I very much welcome your statement your announcement last week to award a $500 payment to staff and a $2,000 one-off payment to students as recognition for their sterling work throughout this pandemic. Minister, are you able to advise at this stage how many staff and students will receive this payment?
I thank the member for his point. It's a valid one, and still considering the extent of our health and social care family across Northern Ireland. At this stage, I would be looking at approximately 3,850 students and almost 75,000 directly employed health and social care staff, 33,500 independent sector care workers, and about 20,000 others, which actually includes primary care and community pharmacy.
Andy Allen, supplementary.
thank the Minister for his answer. And Minister, as I've highlighted, I very much welcome the payment, but I've been contacted by many of those within this sector who also welcome the payment. But more importantly, Minister, are you aware of any steps the Finance Minister is taking in consultation with Treasury and the Communities Minister in respect of income tax and social security payments to ensure that the maximum amount of this money remains in the pockets of those who deserve and are entitled to this payment? And also, furthermore, are you able to give an indication as to the overall cost of this scheme?
I'll maybe start with the member's second point first. In regards to the student recognition payment, it will cost in the region of £7.5 million. The £500 payment for directly employed health and social care staff will cost roughly £44 million. We've set aside £10 million for primary care and approximately a further £15 million for the independent care sector. However, as I've said earlier in other answers, the latter especially is subject to some change given the breadth of working patterns involved and the engagements we're currently having with stakeholders. In regards to, I suppose, communication between the Finance Minister and the Community Ministers, I have been in contact with both. Both have responded positively that they will engage with their Westminster counterparts to see what can be done. As the member will know, due to the working arrangements of this place in our executive, I can't contact either Finance or Treasury directly or Department of Work and Pensions. It goes through the relevant departmental and the relevant ministers. So I'm aware that both Ministers of Communities and Finance are supportive of making those approaches to make sure as much of this money as possible actually reaches the pockets of those that it is intended to do.
Call John O'Dowd.
I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, in an earlier response to Pan Cameron in regards to the proposed door-to-door testing for the South African variant in England, you said that you weren't aware of it or you hadn't heard the news in that regard, which raises another question. Has the Department of Health in England notified your department that their concerns are at such a serious level that they're going to have to now take extraordinary measures?
As I said, and I think the member picked up on what I said earlier, I hadn't heard the conversation, or I don't know what the announcement actually is in regards to what's going on in door-to-door testing in regards to that particular variant. But we have good communications between all departments across these islands in regards to what's happening, and specifically in regards to different variants as they do present themselves. So, as I said to the member, I'll check up on this as soon as this piece of item is finished, and also the debate that follows this as well.
John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Ken Collier. Thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, in regards to travel restrictions across the island, and it's been rehearsed many, many times, but in regards to the specific issue of, hopefully, well, when it arises in terms of hotel quarantine for incoming passengers, does the Minister agree that it should be coordinated on an all-island basis as part of the two-island approach to tackling COVID-19?
In regards to the two-island approach, in regards to the hotel quarantine, and I'd certainly be supportive of that, and specifically working on a Five Nations basis as to how we actually progress that. There is a Quad meeting this afternoon, which is ourselves, Secretary of State, and government officials or government ministers from the Republic of Ireland, where I'm sure this issue will be raised. I would say that we are, and the member will be aware, there were concerns in regards to the data sharing of the passenger locator form information. That work is still ongoing. We hope to be in a resolution as to how that data can be shared, because the member knows that if we're not getting that information from people landing in Dublin Airport, there is a weakness then as to what steps we actually take here in Northern Ireland as well. So we do need that two islands approach, I think, as the member rightly acknowledged in his question.
Jerry Carroll.
Can the Minister give an update on any recent work done by his department, or consideration done by his department, to look at bringing care homes into public ownership, so they're ran not for private profit but under the guise of the NHS via departments or trusts?
I thank the member for his point. I know it's something he raised in his contribution to the debate earlier on today. It's not something that we have actively looked at due to the costs associated. And the member does know that even with the political differences that we do have, the support for those people in the healthcare service working in those homes, I've often said they are the Cinderella service of our healthcare service, and they do need more recognition. And there is a significant piece of work being led by my senior social worker in regards to some of even the recommendations and communications that were brought forward in the committee's report. The member will know it's an ongoing piece of work that I have brought forward and have asked to be brought forward to make sure that those people working in care homes are valued and appreciated and recognised.
Terry Carroll, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for his answer, and I appreciate if the Minister could share with the House or myself the costs that he referred to. Would the Minister accept that the current model, which does prioritise profit at all costs, is not only unsustainable and unfair, but one which puts residents, workers and the public potentially at risk?
I would say, and it's something the member raised in the contribution to the debate earlier on in regards to challenging me about how much free PPE we gave to some of these care home providers where they are making, and sometimes where they are making extensive profits even during the pandemic. What I will say to the member, I would rather have been supplying them with PPE than seeing those workers, the residents, actually go short of the PPE that they needed as well. There is a piece of work, and the member as well knows, he's heard me say this, in regards to the regulation and the conduct of some of those care home providers as well, as to how they actually support not just the residents nor their staff, but also the families of the residents, as well as to how they access loved ones and how they make sure that there is a consistency of approach and support for all residents, no matter what home or whose ownership it actually comes under.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask if the Minister would care to comment on the issue of former RQIA officials who have recently resigned, taking up posts with private care home providers, some with high reported incidents of COVID and numbers of deaths, on which those same officials may have previously written reports?
I think I'd be unwilling to comment on any specific named individual who has sought employment after leaving the employ of the RQIA. It's not an area I want to get into in this chamber.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for the answer. Can I ask more broadly then if the Minister agrees that there should be strict governance structures, perhaps even a stipulated time lapse between service done by public servants in an inspectoral role and moving into a related business area in the private sector?
Again, I think as someone earlier on, it's not something that previously considered or brought into to my train of thought or had come across my desk. I know we are looking into how care homes and the provision are being regulated. If it is something that does come up in those discussions, it's certainly something that I would take cognizance of if it is brought forward due to that review of regulations and decision-making process as to how that would be carried forward. But it's not something that I'm currently working on, just to inform the member.
Call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister, would he join with the Minister for Education in the Minister for Education's call for teachers, and particularly special educational needs teachers, to receive the vaccine?
I think, as I indicated in an earlier answer, my department and the Education Department and myself and the Education Minister, I think, spoke about this about 10 o'clock last night. So there is ongoing engagement between the support that we could provide in the vaccination programme, keeping within the confines of the JCVI recommendation and being able to vaccinate some special care school staff. And I leave it at that. I think the ongoing work should lead to a joint announcement at least being made sometime today, if not tomorrow, in regards to how that work has actually progressed.
Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister has actually answered my second question, indeed, that it would be encouraging if those who are engaged, particularly with the special needs children, could indeed receive that news as best possible, as quickly as possible, through whatever particular channels the Minister decides.
And I think what I'll say to the member, those staff would be the responsibility of the Education Minister. So I'd leave it up to him to make that announcement to them. The one thing the Minister of Education has never done is push his way into my department or any of my announcements, so I'll not be doing likewise. But what I will say, there has been an intense piece of work that has taken place in regards to this issue, even over the weekend. So I'd like to commend officials from both departments who have been working on this to bring it to a resolution in regards to what staff within special schools could actually receive the vaccination.
I call Liz Kimmins, and you may only get time for a question.
I wasn't expecting that. Minister, I welcome the announcement last week in terms of the payment in recognition of unpaid carers and their contribution through this pandemic, and something that I have spoke to before, and I know a number of my colleagues have as well. Can the Minister outline when this payment will be expected for unpaid carers, or what stage it's at?
I want to be very clear to the member, this is one of the payments that has proven the most difficult for us to progress in regards to how we might actually make the definition. I have a meeting tomorrow afternoon with a number of carers organisations as to how we actually define that role as well, where we take the register from, and how we progress that payment as well. And it is something that I will have to get back, and I will go back to the member's party colleague, the Minister of Communities, as well, as to see if there may even be something that we have to do jointly. So we do recognise those providing unpaid care and make sure that we do get that recognition to them as well.
And time is up. Thank you. Could I ask members to take a raise for a moment or two, please? Thank you. Still on the health plan? Is that what's coming next? Is that what? Okay, members, will resume the debate on the committee business, on the Committee for Health Inquiry into the impact of COVID-19 in care homes, and I call the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I begin by passing on my sympathies to all those who have lost a loved one during this pandemic. And can I also fully welcome the publication of the Health Committee's inquiry report into the impact of COVID-19 in care homes. The subject of care homes illustrates more than anything else the tightrope that we have to walk, balancing the quality of life with protecting life. And we want to do everything we can to keep those who are most vulnerable safe. And from the beginning of this pandemic, I have been clear that supporting the work of the care home sector has been an absolute priority for the health and social care system. We have done so through guidance, dedicated support teams, and the provision of huge quantities of free PPE, additional funding and income support, testing for residents and staff, and the deployment of health and social care staff into care homes. There are undoubtedly lessons to be learned and improvements to be made, and I want to thank the committee for producing this report and providing my department and the wider health and social care sector with opportunities to learn and improve. I would also like to reiterate my appreciation to the care home workforce throughout Northern Ireland for the dedication and professionalism they have demonstrated during this pandemic. Care home staff play an essential role in looking after some of the most vulnerable people in our society, and I fully recognise the resilience of staff working across the care sector right from the start of the pandemic and now during these continued challenging times. Key learning from the first surge of the pandemic was the requirement to work together in partnership across the independent and statutory sector to seek solutions to the pandemic response. COVID-19 did not respect any boundaries between these sectors. As I'm sure the committee will appreciate, the level of detail contained within the report and the number of recommendations made is actually substantial, and my department will require time to fully consider each finding and how we can best address them. A report of this nature deserves such a considered response. However, today I would like to provide the committee with an assurance that I will be considering each of the areas discussed in the report with a view to taking forward as appropriate relevant measures suggested within the report. The report provides suggested recommendations for improvement in a number of areas. I do not propose to get into detail of each of the recommendations made at this point, but I would like to provide you with some of the key actions either planned or ongoing to assure you of my commitment to supporting the care home sector, its staff and its residents. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the detrimental impact that COVID-19 has on residents and their loved ones. Care home residents rightly view care homes as their home, where they maintain connections to families and communities. Probably more than any other area, trying to find the balance between protecting life through reducing the transmission of the virus and ensuring good quality of life has been most difficult. I note the committee states in their report that this is perhaps the most emotive issue they dealt with, and there are no easy answers. I very much sympathise and empathise personally with that position. I also want to note how hard many care home staff have worked to protect residents whilst maintaining their quality of life. We want to continue to do everything we can to keep those who are most vulnerable safe, but we also know that keeping older and more vulnerable people away from contact with their loved ones is hugely detrimental to their physical and mental health, and indeed their human rights. Like the committee, I believe that as a health and social care system, we must continue to facilitate and find creative ways of supporting people to have contact with family and friends. And that includes the use of virtual visiting and other innovative ways to maintain contact. These should supplement the traditional visits, and we recommend happening weekly, and more in the end of life and palliative care circumstances. We are continuing to work with the care home sector and families on the implementation of the Care Partners Initiative. Most other parts of the United Kingdom have now recognised the need for schemes of this kind and have followed our lead. Officials are continuing to look closely at the implementation of visiting and care partners within care homes. We have been clear this is an area that the RQIA will consider when assessing homes. It is also an area where we have made significant additional funding resources available to care homes, £9 million on top of previous funding packages. Whilst recognising that the risk of transmission will be increased with any rise in footfall in care homes, we have sought to put in place a risk-based, sustainable approach to supporting residents and loved ones to have meaningful connections, in particular where isolation is detrimental to residents' physical and mental health. This will be an area on which we will continue to focus, giving careful consideration to the recommendations of the committee. Regular testing in our care homes has undoubtedly reduced the impact of COVID-19 during the second wave of this pandemic. The requirement to vary the frequency of testing undertaken is kept under active review and is informed by emerging scientific evidence and other factors as local community transmission rates. My department remains fully committed to supporting and taking all necessary measures to ensure that care home residents and staff are protected. In that context, officials will continue to carefully consider how new and emerging testing technologies can be implemented and extended more widely across a range of care settings in the future. In January of this year, the Department further extended its COVID-19 testing policy to make a provision for testing to be accessible to designated care partners. Consequently, if a care home advises there is a requirement for a care partner to be tested for COVID-19, this will be undertaken through the regular care home testing programme. We are currently progressing work on a number of new testing interventions, and this includes a care home NTI, which has recently commenced using lateral flow devices to support the visiting policy in care home settings. Mr Speaker, I am also pleased to say that all of Northern Ireland's 483 care homes have been visited by our vaccination teams, and by the close of play on Saturday evening, 410 had received their second visit. Our care homes were the #1 priority when it came to the Northern Ireland vaccination programme. In regards to the discharge policy, discharge is an area of policy that we continue to keep under active consideration. We want to both protect care homes from any risk of infection and ensure that residents are not held in hospital with the risks that creates for them any longer than they need be. The Assembly will be aware that it remains the case that individuals discharged from a hospital to a care home should be tested for COVID-19, ideally 48 hours before discharge and subject to 14 days isolation on arrival. I hope the research published by my department and undertaken by Dr Niall Harity has helped ensure there is an informed debate in this area. The survey undertaken by the committee as part of its work is a further addition to this. Mr Speaker, we took an early decision in March of last year that trusts should make available PPE to care homes without charge. Other nations have now followed this approach, and we continue to provide millions of items of PPE without charge to care homes. Cumulatively, up to the week ending on 22nd of January, 85 million items have been provided to the independent care sector care homes, and that's with an estimated value of approximately £26 million. Funding has also been made available to support care homes where they have contributed or continued to purchase their own PPE. Trust will continue to work with nursing and residential homes on the provision of appropriate PPE without charge where they are unable to source their own supplies. I fully support the committee's view that training remains critical and all staff should be able to access regular and prompt updates as new knowledge or innovations emerge. My department has made available videos and training through both the Clinical Education Centre and the NISCC, for instance, which focuses on IPC and PPE. In addition, there are programmes from the CEC aimed at those staff who do not regularly look after respiratory patients and or have limited work community-based experience, alongside a number of clinical skills-type programmes to support staff dealing with respiratory patients. CEC programmes related specifically to COVID-19 are open, free of charge to all sectors. The funding support for care homes was another area where we took early action. We guaranteed a level of income for care homes at an early point to minimise the impact of vacant beds and provide certainty. As far as I'm aware, we are the only part of the UK to have guaranteed income in this way. An additional funding has been made available to address the additional costs faced by homes. I announced an initial £6.5 million in April, and that was followed by further packages including an additional £27.3 million in October. Officials and health and social care staff have continued to work closely with the care home sector representatives on process for claiming funding. As the committee recognises in their recommendation, we do need to balance administrative overheads with the requirements for appropriate audit and verification. And I remain concerned that in some important areas, such as enhanced sick pay, care home providers are choosing not to utilise the funding that is available. Our trade union colleagues have raised their deep dissatisfaction on this point, and I share their dismay. Care home providers may wish to explain why some of them are providing enhanced sick pay while others are not. because, Mr Deputy Speaker, I cannot explain that. I was pleased to see the committee acknowledge the skill and value of the work in care homes, the particular personal qualities shared by many of whom it is a vocation rather than a job, and the need to look at recognition, reward and retention in what is a challenging environment. I couldn't agree more. The Assembly will be well aware of my commitment to improving pay and terms and conditions for the social care workforce. I have asked my officials to develop a business case with options for improving low pay for social care workers who are employed by the independent sector providers. This, along with the improvement of training and career pathways, is in line with the key objectives for this reform, as was proposed in the expert panel's report, Power to People. Proposals to reboot adult care and support in Northern Ireland. This was published by my department in 2017. It is clear that this will require a significant recurrent financial commitment, and I will be seeking the support of colleagues across the Executive and the approval of funding from the Department of Finance. I also look forward to the support of the members in this House who made similar calls during this debate. Ensuring colleagues in care homes receive the recognition payments I recently announced is another part of ensuring we recognise the contribution that this sector makes. I will, of course, carefully consider the committee's recommendation that financial support for care homes is linked to improvements in terms and conditions for their workers.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. And whilst he said earlier that care homes and staff need protected, and obviously PPE is a part of that, does he have any concern that assistance is going to care homes, some of whom have very large profit margins, you know, like Romwood, taking £140 million in years gone by? Does he have any concern about those kind of care homes?
And I think what I said to the member when answering questions earlier on, I would rather have provided that financial support to enable visiting, to make sure that the staff had the provision of PPE, rather than waiting on some of those companies looking to the reserves or their dividends to actually pay for that. So it's something that's an ongoing piece of work. The many of those care home providers, and I'll not name any, that do have to look to their own conscience and the board of directors as to where they see the value. Is it simply in the return to their shareholders, or the protection of their staff and the residents within that sector? Because as well as the ongoing measures regarding pay and conditions for our social care staff, I've also asked officials to develop proposals relating to the development of improved career opportunities for the social care workforce. The reform work being undertaken by the Department has now created a new opportunity for social care workers to gain a social work degree, and has been successfully implemented in conjunction with the Open University. And I think that goes towards some of the conversation and contribution that Mr Stuart Dixon was making in his contribution. A workforce strategy for social care is also being developed, and I will look at issues including training, CPD and career pathways for the workforce. And in addition, a media awareness campaign to promote the value of social care and to support recruitment has been commissioned and will be delivered by the Northern Ireland Social Care Council. Work has commenced under the Chief Nursing Officer's Delivering Care programme to review staffing levels across care homes. I fully agree that efforts must continue to be made to minimise staff movement between homes, and would want to note that the Public Health Agency has provided clear guidance for bank and agency staff on this issue. But we mustn't forget to acknowledge and commend what was working and continued in the midst of an ongoing pandemic. For example, through acute care at-home teams. However, it became clear we needed to harness that good practice and work towards reducing variance across the region. I expect to see the benefits for residents as a result of the review of the regional acute care at-home models and how they provide support to care home residents. I confirm that a programme of work is underway, led by the Chief Nursing Officer, to address this recommendation, and the enhanced clinical care framework will embed the standards being developed for a regionalised model of acute care at home service. GP participation is inherent throughout the development of the model and will deliver with delivery of its aims. I acknowledge that there are potential resource costs in regards to staff funding, and that will be considered in due course. I have noted, Mr Deputy Speaker, the report's contents in relation to advanced care planning, and I appreciate that this is an issue that has been raised over the pandemic period. I recognise that ACP is voluntary and empowers a person to talk about what matters to them in their living, and when the time comes that they are dying. ACP decisions will be activated whenever the person cannot be directly involved in decision making about their treatment and care because of a lack of mental capacity, or where they are unable to communicate what their wishes are. Advanced care planning is an important part of palliative care. It has been and continues to be a key priority for the Palliative Care and Partnership Programme. And as the committee is aware, I have commissioned the development of an advanced care planning policy for adults in Northern Ireland. In regards to regulation, this has been an extremely challenging period for everyone across the health and social care system. All decisions concerning the role of RQIA in the health and social care response to the COVID-19 pandemic have been made with the safety of services at their heart. RQIA continues to provide support and advice to care homes, and I appreciate the committee's recognition of the difficult decisions in this area. It is important that RQIA focuses activity where it is most needed, and following an assessment of all the risks, I am confident that RQIA will continue to take a pragmatic and flexible approach to how and when inspections are made. The committee has made a number of recommendations in relation to pandemic preparedness, and I will consider all the issues raised very carefully, because my department has established an adult social care governance surge planning group, which is co-chaired by the Chief Nursing Officer and the Chief Social Worker. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all care home staff working at every level for their dedication and professionalism, the professionalism that they have demonstrated during this pandemic. I want also to reiterate my thanks to the Health Committee for this report. There is much learning to be done and improvements to be made to allow us to fully support this vital sector. I remain fully committed to supporting this sector, and I believe there is a general acceptance that care homes and the wider social care sector have not been afforded the priority that they merit. I believe that has been the case in different jurisdictions across these islands for years, if not decades. This pandemic has shone a harsh light on the importance and vulnerability of the social care sector. We have to start making things better through reform and investment. This is a challenge for us all in this House, as this is an issue that transcends party politics. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
And I call the Deputy Chairperson of the Committee, Ms Pam Cameron, to conclude and wind on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all the members for their contributions and the Minister for his initial response to the debate. And I certainly look forward to continued engagement with the Minister and Department on taking forward and implementing the many important recommendations that the committee's report makes today. We're all too aware of the statistics behind this pandemic. It has become daily reading for people across the country looking for a glimmer of hope and willing to see an improvement. However, for far too many families, it is not just about a statistic, but a mother, a father, a grandmother, a grandfather, a loved one. As the Chair has stated, it is over 775 of our care home residents. I want to thank the many individuals and families that engaged with the committee during the process of this inquiry. It is important that the voices of residents and their families are heard and that they stay central to how the Minister responds over coming weeks and months. On behalf of the committee, I want to pay tribute to those staff working in care homes over this last year in extremely difficult circumstances, putting themselves at risk to ensure that our loved ones are looked after. We have seen the difficulties, stress and strains, and you have worked through that as staff, and we thank you for that. We hope that these recommendations will make improvements to processes and procedures to support you in your important role in those care settings and allow a better approach to future pandemic planning. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will now mention some of the contributions made by members during the debate of this report. Jonathan Buckley outlined that the report is a conversation starter with the Minister and outlined the difficulties that families and residents are facing when visiting. He also welcomed the rollout of the vaccination programme in care homes, which is something we all welcome. Cara Hunter said that the report paints a picture of the experiences of residents, families and staff during this pandemic, and talked about how it was regrettable that the testing regime was not in place early on in care homes, but welcomed the improvements over recent months. Alan Chambers talked about staff shortages facing care homes during the pandemic and the need for adequate staffing levels and improvements in pay levels in care homes. Paula Bradshaw outlined the real impact that the pandemic had had on the health and well-being of residents and the need for regular quality contact between residents and families to improve the health and well-being of residents and their families. Trevor Clark stated that too many people died without their family around them in this pandemic and outlined the importance of learning lessons from this pandemic and putting in place plans based on those lessons learned. Emma Rogan highlighted the importance of regular contact with the older generation and the importance of contact in keeping families connected. Sinead Ennis stated that the sector was struggling before the pandemic and that there is a requirement for a review of adult social care and appropriate funding levels to deliver care. Sinead also outlined the problems in procuring PPE. Justin McNulty, along with all members, commended the great work of staff in care homes and how care staff see residents as their second family, and we are all thankful for the emotional support that carers give to residents. He also rightly said that the pandemic pushed the system to the brink. Liz Kimmins stated that the report forms the basis of a response to future health crisis and that there was a need to put human rights at the centre of this and any future response. Stuart Dixon said that we need to ensure that the scale of deaths and what we have seen in care homes should not happen again, and that there is a need for care homes to be properly resourced, and this will mean additional investment in the sector. Jerry Carroll outlined that one of the issues that caused delay in response was regulation and that the pandemic has brought this issue to the fore. He also outlined the staffing shortages in care homes and that there was a need to involve families in decision making. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, just turning to some of the Minister's comments, rather than recite his whole speech, I'll just name some of the mentions that he made. And he rightly talked about the tightrope, about balancing the quality of life and keeping the vulnerable safe, and I think that's really important to keep that uppermost in our heads. He talked about the guidance and the staff support and the huge quantities of PPE and support that we're giving to the care homes. He talked about they fully recognise the resilience of staff members in the sector, and he said that he would take time to consider his response to the report. Key actions were planned and ongoing. He talked about the hugely detrimental issue around keeping residents away from others and the impact that has had on their overall health. He said they were looking closely at visitation, and he also talked about testing and said that they were fully committed to taking on the measures to support the staff and residents in regards to continuing that testing process. He also touched upon the care partner issue and said that testing will be taken under the care home setting if that was requested. I think it's important to remember that the Minister did mention that all of the 483 care homes have seen the vaccinators, and that's very welcome news, I think, for us all. And also to hear that 410 have had their second visit of vaccination. That's also very welcome news. The testing on discharge to home from hospital settings, that is to be done 48 hours prior, is well documented. And he touched again on the PPE and the fact that they're continuing to provide millions of items free of charge to these healthcare settings, and that's also important. He also talked about the funding also to be provided to minimise the impact of vacant beds. He agreed that training was critical, and he also touched upon the trade unions and shared concern around the provision of sick pay. He also talked about seeking support from the Executive in the giving of additional financial support. So he also referred to the workforce strategy for social care, and said that was also being looked at, and talked about the advanced care planning importance and how decisions would be acted upon at the appropriate time, and referred to that advanced care planning development. He also touched upon the RQI's role in inspection and support of the care home settings. And he thanked the Health Committee for its particular support throughout this. So, Deputy Speaker, I just want to turn to a few comments from myself as a DUP MLA. And before I start those remarks, I want to thank the committee staff in particular for the vast amount of work that they have put into supporting the committee at this time, in particular through this inquiry, and indeed all the additional Health Committee meetings that we have had in recent days. And I'd once again like to express my deepest sympathies to those who have lost loved ones and friends in care homes throughout this pandemic. And I'm conscious that there will be many living in care homes today who will be missing friends and will have borne an incredible emotional burden for this last year, and that should not be underestimated. The anxiety and worry of contracting the virus, coupled with a sense of loneliness and separation from loved ones, is hard for us to comprehend and to fully appreciate. Furthermore, Mr Deputy Speaker, we owe an incredible debt of gratitude to the staff in our care homes. The physical and emotional strain that staff have faced has been unprecedented. Infection control, cleanliness, meeting the physical and emotional needs of residents, and dealing with their own grief will not have been easy. Society owe a great debt of gratitude to every one of those dedicated members of staff. As a party, we welcome the publication of this report. With 54 detailed recommendations, it comes after extensive and very meaningful engagement, and we thank all those stakeholders who provided evidence to the inquiry in what remain very challenging times. While the rollout of the vaccine will dramatically change the nature of the public health response, this doesn't mean that we should reflect seriously on the deficiencies of steps taken in the first wave and use that learning to adopt more effective measures in any future crisis scenario. I will focus my remarks on a small number of the recommendations, indeed starting with recommendation 1. The safe and meaningful visitation should be facilitated and resourced through the identification, development and implementation of innovative measures. And it's fair to say that there's been a deep sense of frustration among families at what at times has appeared to be a lack of prioritisation given to accommodating visits to loved ones. I've spoken with families who have watched loved ones become emotionally detached throughout this period. Indeed, particularly for those living with conditions like dementia, that lack of understanding as to why visitation has ceased or become so distant has caused untold damage to their overall health. Those close contact visits are vital to so many residents. This report highlights the need for a more innovative approach to finding solutions to the loss of contact, and this is something we strongly support. It also prioritises the need for the input of residents and families into visiting arrangements to establish a more consistent and streamlined approach between care homes, regardless of whether they are independently or publicly owned. Mr Deputy Speaker, the mental health impact on residents of reduced visiting has not yet been quantified, and it is important that we do not neglect the significant work that will be needed to meet the demand for services in the medium to long term. I trust the Minister will take forward this recommendation, indeed, by implementing recommendation 2 and discussing this with those most affected. Mr Deputy Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the case for reform of social care, and it is vital that the needs of care homes at the heart of a longer-term vision to improve standard of care and reward those working in the sector. One of the strengths of this report is that it looks beyond the current crisis we face to the reforms that are needed to transform and vitalise the care home sector in the future. The pandemic has laid bare the weaknesses in relationships between the Department Trust and care homes, whilst also highlighting the great void between staff terms and conditions in the public and private sectors. We want to see cooperation overhauled in these areas. The proof of the pudding is in the eating, and we will be looking forward to seeing the outcome in terms of the Health Minister's stated plans to bring staff terms into line with those of the public sector. We strongly support the recommendation to see an enhanced framework based on the principles of acute care at home introduced in care homes. It would be wrong and inconceivable that residents in care homes have poorer access to a range of health services than someone living in their own home. This includes contact, of course, with their regular GP, and we need to ensure that the standard of care is high and remains high and is also equitable across the board for future crises. Mr Deputy Speaker, obviously this inquiry gives much more direction to the Minister in terms of the course of action required, and I would be keen to know from the Minister how the implementation of these recommendations will be monitored. There is much to learn, and I hope that the Department does learn and adapt its policies accordingly, whether that be in relation to visiting, the budget flexibility, to GP access, or many of the other areas highlighted within this report. In the immediate future, we would like to see the Minister take forward the recommendations on enhancing visiting arrangements, ramping up asymptomatic testing and expanding mental health support for residents and staff. So I'm going to end there. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I commend this report to the House.
Thank you, members. The question now is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is approved. Thank you. If you just take your ease now while we move to the next item of business. We're just checking where we're at there. So, the next item on the order paper is a motion from the Committee on Procedures to amend standing orders. I will ask the Clerk to read the motion, please.
That the motion to amend standing orders of the Assembly as detailed on the order paper be agreed.
Agus Naishiram Sir Carol Nicullen Leishin Wallowa Churhontossi. I ask Carol Nicullen to propose the motion.
Gormay Agat, last Concolia, Mulla and Roon, I beg to move.
Okay, thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 130 minutes for this debate. The proposer for the motion will have 10 minutes and to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes each, so please open the debate on the motion. Leda Hull.
Gormay Agat, last Concolia. On behalf of the Committee on Procedures, I'm pleased to bring this motion to the House today. which proposes to amend Standing Order 110 regarding the introduction of hybrid proceedings in the Chamber. Standing Order 110 is part of the temporary proceedings previously agreed by this House in order for the Assembly and indeed the Committee business to function while we navigate our way through this pandemic. As part of its continual review of the temporary provisions in Standing Orders 110 to 116, which includes the provisions for committees to facilitate their business using both teleconferencing and video conferencing, the committee sought views to consider any potential further amendments to Standing Orders 110 to 116. A number of responses included requests to consider amending Standing Orders to allow for remote attendance at plenary proceedings via video link. In addition, during October 2020, a number of members and indeed executive ministers had to either self-isolate for 14 days or receive a positive test for coronavirus. Given the impact this had on Assembly business, including the loss of a period of listed oral questions, the committee agreed at its meeting on the 4th of November 2020 that it would consider amending Standing Orders to allow for hybrid proceedings in the Chamber. The former Chairperson wrote to the Speaker on the 6th of November 2020 outlining this decision and requesting an informal meeting with Assembly officials to discuss the practical and procedural implications of remote access to the plenary and the Chamber. Following the informal meeting, the committee decided at its meeting on the 16th of December 2020 to add hybrid plenary proceedings as a substantive item on its forward work programme and arranged a briefing from Assembly officials on the various practical and procedural issues. Since its meeting on the 16th of September 2020 and prior to its next scheduled meeting on the 20th of January 2021, the committee received a number of items of correspondence which made it clear that the issue of introducing hybrid proceedings had become much more of a pressing matter. On the 12th of January 2021, the Chief Whip of the Alliance Party wrote to the committee requesting that it amend Standing Orders as a matter of urgency to enable remote access to the plenary proceedings. On the 13th of January, the First and Deputy First Ministers copied the committee into a letter to the Speaker regarding the arrangements the Assembly may put in place to allow for the virtual participation of executive ministers in certain types of plenary business. Furthermore, the Speaker wrote to the committee on the 15th of January confirming that discussions on remote access to plenary took place at a meeting of the Business Committee on Tuesday the 12th of January 2021. The Speaker also confirmed that there was agreement to move to facilitate remote participation in plenary sittings. So, in light of this agreement, the Speaker obtained agreement from the Commission to procure the necessary equipment for the Chamber. The recent emergence of a new and potentially more virulent variant of COVID-19 has contributed to the Executive introducing a period of tighter restrictions, including the need for people to stay at home where possible, including for work purposes. Extended travel is also discouraged. The Executive has also sought to limit the occasions where groups of people may meet indoors in any setting. So, given the recent tightening in regulations and guidance, at its meeting on the 20th of January 2021, the committee considered hybrid proceedings as a matter of priority. As part of its consideration, the committee received briefings from the Assembly officials on the potential procedural and practical issues of implementing hybrid proceedings in the Chamber, which the committee found to be very informative. The committee gave consideration to a number of important issues, which I will briefly cover today. However, I did write to all members last week, providing more details on the committee's deliberations. During its discussions, the committee gave consideration to the purpose of introducing hybrid proceedings and whether there should be limitations on who could join remotely or who could join in a sitting remotely. The committee agreed that hybrid proceedings should be implemented to not only accommodate those members who cannot come to the Chamber because they are self-isolating, but also to reduce the number of members needing to travel to Parliament buildings. Therefore, the committee concluded that any members should be able to avail of hybrid proceedings. The committee also gave consideration to how hybrid proceedings should be provided for in standing orders. The committee were cognisant of the time it may take to identify each of the various plenary proceedings during which it considers remote participation could occur, and then to draft new standing orders in order to make specific provisions. Therefore, the committee agreed to bring forward a standing order that allows for general principle of remote participation in the plenary, but it is subject to the discretion and the guidance of the Speaker. This approach will provide the Assembly with greater flexibility in managing and facilitating its business. Members will note that the proposed standing order therefore confers a general power on the Speaker to make provision for hybrid proceedings, which may include, but is not limited to, the specific items of Assembly business that are listed. On the issue of voting, as proxy voting already provides for a form of remote participation by members, the committee concluded that the current system of proxy voting should be maintained at this time. However, and as part of its ongoing review of standing orders, the committee may return to the issue of voting in the future. Regarding quorum, the committee noted that when the current restrictions on the number of members that can be present in the chamber to maintain social distancing were put in place, no alteration was made to the number of members required to achieve quorum. However, if members participating remotely were to count towards quorum, this approach could present significant practical and procedural difficulties. The committee therefore decided that no alteration should be made to the number of members required to receive quorum, and that only members present in the chamber and not participating remotely would count for these purposes. The committee acknowledged that in introducing hybrid proceedings, there would be associated risks and certain limitations to how members can engage when participating remotely. For example, no matter how robust the Assembly's arrangement and infrastructure, there may be occasions where a member's remote connection is interrupted or may even fail completely. Should a member's connection fail, the Speaker can move on and invite the next member to ask his or her question or make their contribution to a debate. However, if a minister's connection fails, it would be very difficult for that item of business to proceed. So, by agreeing the proposed standing order that provides for the Speaker to have some flexibility, the committee is content that this approach will not only mitigate the risk of items of business being interrupted, but also allow for a period of bedding in for remote participation. It is therefore the committee's view that the right approach is for the Speaker to facilitate a gradual introduction, and that all plenary items should move to virtual proceedings from the outset. The committee also noted that certain procedural limitations come hand in hand with remote participation. For example, it would not be possible for a member to raise a point of order or make or indeed accept an intervention when participating remotely. In summary, the proposed standing order is to define hybrid proceedings. It empowers the cont'd or the Speaker to make provision for hybrid proceedings, which allow him to issue administrative guidance as to how members, including members who are ministers, can participate in hybrid proceedings. It makes clear that members participating by video link are not to be counted for the purposes of establishing a quorum. It also sets out that proceedings as regard to provision for hybrid proceedings do not include committee proceedings, as these are already provided for, and also it makes clear that the usual practices, rulings and conventions governing plenary business will continue to apply. Normally, such a significant change to standing orders and the work undertaken to draft proposed standing order would take weeks, if not months. I would therefore like to thank all those involved for their swift work on this. I will, however, say that should the Assembly agree to the proposed standing order today, the committee will keep this under review and seek to amend the standing order if required to do so. So therefore, Last Concordia, on behalf of the Committee on Procedures, I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you. I now call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Chair for her remarks, because that really sums up, I suppose, everything that needs to be said. But what I do want to say, I suppose, from a party perspective, is that we indeed are supportive of this amendment to the Standing Order. I think from the start of this pandemic, the Assembly and members will have tried their best to bring in measures that will try and keep members safe, but also staff and the people in this building safe. A number of those measures include the likes of the proxy voting, the social distancing within this chamber, but there was a recognition that hybrid proceedings would help in terms of the operation of the business as we go forward. So for that reason, obviously, these discussions have taken place, and I think it is important that ministers and members aren't disadvantaged. Obviously, we don't want anyone to have to self-isolate or be diagnosed with COVID, but if they do be unfortunate enough to be in that position, at least that they can attend the proceedings remotely. And that, of course, that does include for other members as well, if they wish to do so. But I suppose in my own personal preference, I like to be in the building. I feel that this is my place of work. That being said, we all can't be in the building, so there's a recognition that people will be able to take part in that respect as well. I do want to put on record our thanks to the IT staff who came to the committee and gave us a briefing and assured us that they would do everything possible to obviously respect the chamber itself, but also to get the facility up and running. Obviously, to the clerk and to the staff of the Procedures Committee, it wasn't an easy process, and we were trying to get a collection of views, and there was a debate ongoing to try and get a way that works, that goes forward. And I think that, as I say, this really sets that out quite well. So thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Sinead Bradley Huncanch. I call Sinead Brad.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And like the previous Speaker, I too want to thank the Chair of the Procedures Committee for putting on record a very clear and concise depiction of what happened in the weeks leading to this point. And the member was right when he said every party expressed the need that our preference is to be here. And unfortunately, we're not living through times where we get to choose that preference. We owe it to each other, and we, as an Assembly, are sending out a very clear message to the public on what we expect the standard to be met. And this hybrid proceedings allows us to live by those same standards. What I will say, Mr Speaker, and it came up during the debate, we recognise that this is far from a perfect system, and no doubt I don't envy yourself being in the chair and other speakers when we're going through those initial teething problems, which we inevitably will face, I have no doubt. And hopefully they'll be all chaired in best humour that we can face through these challenging times. But it doesn't allow for that very natural, I suppose, debate that can happen at times, be it interventions or, as some members might be known for their dramatic refusal of interventions, but it is that type of, I suppose, communication that happens in this House. It will be limited, there's no doubt, through hybrid proceedings, but it's there for a reason. And I do want to thank the committee staff and all the clerks who came around, and the IT who are in the process of making this happen. They have been stepping up as quickly as possible and trying to, I suppose, work through the Starleaf process, which hasn't been without its problems, but it has served its function. But I would say this, whilst we encourage every member, and I suppose it's every party will have to look at what the order paper is for the day, who genuinely needs to be there in the building at any one time. And I suppose it's a matter of us all respecting each other in that regard. We did ask some technical questions about the being able to hear, because sometimes the acoustics in this room can be quite challenging in this chamber just because of the nature of the high ceilings and whatnot. But we're assured that those things have been sounded out in terms of the sound should be coming through the speakers here and that for us. But no doubt we'll work our way through it together, and it won't be. I wouldn't imagine it'll work first day running, and I could be wrong, and I touch wood that I am. I'm pleased that it does. But I would say this as well: when members are working remotely and from home, there is this expectation on us to be able to keep briefed on what's happening in the room and what's happening outside it, and it can prove to be a challenge to know exactly what's happening in different committees at different stages under these new things. So I just want to thank the members on the Procedures Committee, who we are all walking through this together, and as we experience the difficulties, we are trying to iron through them, and I thank members for their patience on that. And it has been a very safe place to come and express our working patterns and our working difficulties that have been thrown up. So we too will be supporting this motion here today, and I urge the Speaker's office, in the discretion that has been allowed to him, to not just encourage members but to give the same message we have given to the public. Please use it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this debate on the amendment of Standing Order 110, permitting the possibility for hybrid proceedings in the Chamber. These so-called hybrid proceedings could be defined as being when a quorum of the Assembly members attend in person and one or more members of the Assembly attend and participate in a plenary session of the Assembly via video link. Obviously, with the present COVID pandemic, the more virulent variant strain of COVID and the current restrictions, it is a priority for everyone to come to work in a safe environment. The Assembly Chamber of recent has had very limited opportunities for full participation in plenary sessions, present due to the numbers in the Chamber being limited. There's also the issue of members on occasions having to swap and sanitise seats, particularly during question time and ministerial statements. Frequently, greater numbers want to participate than are possible with adherence to social distancing. As technology is now present in the building for the committee meetings, it is the opportune time now to explore the possibility of extending this facility in the Chamber. Hybrid proceedings have to date been implemented in the House of Lords, the House of Commons, where there are temporary orders for members to participate, while in the Scottish and also in the Welsh Parliaments, members can contribute to debates and question time. Obviously, with this new hybrid system, standing orders will have to be amended accordingly, so the discharge of business by ministers and members continues without impediment. Given that there has been agreement obtained at the Business Committee to facilitate remote participation in plenary sessions, an agreement has also been gained from the Commission to procure immediately and install the necessary equipment. Further consideration is necessary regarding the participants. Decisions on, for example, the number of participants, how voting will be carried out, will the present proxy system continue, or is it possible to develop a remote voting app? The necessary support will also have to be available in the event of teething problems with the technology. Mr. Speaker, the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting this alternative during the duration of the COVID regulations in this building. Thank you.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start off by saying that this has given me heart today. It's not often when you write to a committee that they respond to your letter and make such drastic changes as are required during this terrible pandemic. I absolutely, on behalf of the Alliance Party, welcome these amendments to Standing Order 110. Virtual attendance in this chamber will not only protect MLAs and enable us to carry out our democratic duties if we have to self-isolate, but will also help to protect the staff that work in this place. I really do hope that people out there understand that when we self-isolate or work from home, we are working. And I'm sure, like many in this building, it's not a 9-to-5 job. It is probably closer to 14 to 15 hours a day. But when we are at home, people will be able to see that we are there and we are concentrating. These new standing orders that will be brought forward by the committee are very, very welcome. I appreciate that it would be no easy job trying to deal with interventions and points of orders, so I welcome their thoughts on that. And we can, of course, review this as time goes on to see how it does work. I respect the Speaker's role, which will be made even more difficult as a result of watching people who will be here in the chamber as part of the quorum and watching a display screen. So my thoughts are with all of the speakers in that, and I hope that we will all work together to ensure that that job isn't made too onerous for you. But I know there will be a lot of money will have been spent to make this happen. And I'm very grateful for the Assembly Commission for enabling that. But this is not lost work. And the reason why I'm absolutely delighted with this, and to be honest, I'm quite emotional about it, is because I think that this modernisation of our communications system is an absolute step forward. Very soon, the Disability Discrimination Act will require communications to provide subtitles. But as well as that, we have a commitment in this place to allow people to use Irish as their spoken language in this chamber. And this may be a testing point where we can at last perhaps add on subtitles to allow people, whatever language they choose to use here, that they can do that. So I thank you very much to the Committee for Procedures, and I thank the Speaker's Office and all the staff who have been involved in this. I ask us all to give this a go. I've got my second screen today. That second screen's huge. It means I can see your faces up close and be able to lip read you much better. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for making my ability to perform my democratic duties easier and safer for the rest of this pandemic. Thank you.
Éireann Sir Linda Dillon, hon can't call Linda Dillon.
Gurmailgat, Leis Can Corlia, and I intend to keep my remarks very short because everybody else here has really said where we are in relation to this. We have a job to show some leadership on this issue, and this is about protecting not only ourselves, the staff in the building, but the wider public, because many people are travelling quite long distances to come to this building at a time when we're asking people not to travel. So I think it is extremely important that we do show leadership, and I just want to, like others have already done, thank the chair of the committee and thank all of the staff on the committee and the staff within the Commission and, of course, the Speaker's Office. And your job will not be an easy one, but we will certainly do everything we can to make it easier. Gormagat.
Margaret Ian. I guess Éireann Sir Nicola Brogan, hon can't call Nicola Brogan.
The current message from the Executive and this Assembly is to stay at home, reduce contacts and work from home where possible. Therefore, I think it's important that we as members provide leadership on this matter. The amendment to the standing order will allow members to participate in Assembly proceedings remotely via video link, reducing the need for members to travel and offering members the ability to participate when self-isolating. These additional safety measures should further protect all Assembly staff, members and in turn the wider community. For this reason, I urge all members to support the motion.
I now call Jerry Carroll. Éireann Sir Jerry Carroll, hon can't.
Thanks, Minister, or excuse me, Mr. Speaker, sorry, maybe not yet. I'll be brief as well, and I think this is obviously a welcome proposal, and I think, to be honest, and it's no reflection on the chair because she was obviously in a different position as a standing minister, but I think it's something that should have been brought in a long time ago. I know obviously Kelly Armstrong has been raising this. I raised this last year. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when a number of ministers, I think the chair was a minister at the time, a number of ministers were out and self-isolating. I think it was bizarre, to be frank, that we didn't have that system in place then and even prior. And I think we've been too slow in the House to implement the wearing of masks, no implementation of temperature testing as well, and I think it's been a theme in this House throughout this pandemic, but I think it's obviously welcome now. But I think something else which needs to be teased out, something that I and others have raised in the committee, is the issue of the proxy voting system being too rigid. I mean, obviously there's flexibility with the pandemic, and that's welcome, but politics isn't just what happens in this building, it's about what happens in communities, and quite often, not me being a Belfast MLA, but quite often MLAs have to travel when it may not be conducive to their other constituents' time. So I think looking at proxy voting in the long term is something which needs to be looked at and addressed. And I think the fact that also the proxy voting in this current period may not suit everybody. There's obviously myself, single MLA, other single MLAs and parties, and others here, independents, Claire Sugden, Trevor Lunn, I think as well, obviously, have raised the issue of they may not want to lend their vote, so to speak, to other parties because they want to be independent or separate. So that's something that needs to be looked at in the long term. As well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I think yeah, it's important that the remote voting, we talked about this obviously in the committee a bit as well, but the fact that people can participate at home is a welcome development, but if people can't vote at home, if votes or divisions arise, I think it's something that we need to make sure we work towards, so that's in place. So just generally supportive of the provisions, but I think there's some extra work which need to be done via the committee, and certainly I'll do what I can to support that. Thank you.
And now I call Mr Tom Buchanan to conclude and wind on the debate. And Mr Buchanan, you have up to 10 minutes.
Well, I'll be brief too. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the opportunity to conclude on today's debate on the motion to amend these standing orders before the House. Firstly, I would like to thank the committee chairperson for opening the debate, as well as those members who have made contributions to the debate. And as outlined by the chairperson, this amendment has come to the House today following the committee's decision to consider hybrid proceedings as a matter of priority. The decision was made following a number of items of correspondence received from the Speaker's office, from the office of the First and Deputy First Minister, and of course in a letter from the Alliance Party. The committee also reacted to the Executive's introduction of tighter restrictions in Northern Ireland, including the need for people to stay at home wherever possible, including for work purposes. The Executive has also sought to discourage extended travel and to limit the occasions where groups of people meet indoors in any settings. As the responsibility to amend standing order lies with the Committee on Procedures, the committee agreed to consider all of these matters coming before it. The chairperson has covered the committee's deliberations on the hybrid proceedings and the provisions contained in the proposed standing order. And as all MLAs received the correspondence from the chairperson, which provided members with a detailed update on the committee's deliberations, I have no intention of rehearsing all those over again. Members are well aware of all the issues surrounding this particular amendment. I will, however, take this opportunity to inform the House that if we were in normal times and in normal circumstances, the committee would have carried out a full review of the introducing hybrid proceedings. This would have included taking formal evidence from other legislators who have already gone down the route of introducing remote proceedings, and much longer time would have been spent on the committee's consideration and a report brought to the House for debate and for consideration. However, I am sure that each one of us will agree today that these are not normal times and not normal circumstances that we find ourselves in, and the committee and officials have reacted remarkably quickly to the request for considering hybrid proceedings. And we've heard that echoed round the chamber today from all those who have spoken in the debate. And just to pick up on some of the things, my colleague Gary Middleton made mention of the importance for ministers and members that they are not disadvantaged in their assembly work. And of course that is one of the reasons, so that members and ministers are not disadvantaged if they have to self-isolate or whatever. And therefore I think that is one of the important factors of having the hybrid proceedings. Sinead Bradley spoke of the preference for all parties to be actually in the Assembly. And you know that is absolutely correct, because as Assembly members we must always remember that our place of work is here within the Assembly. However, there are times whenever, and we've seen that from last year, times whenever that hasn't been possible because of the pandemic. And she did say that we're sending out a clear message to the public in these challenging times with the introducing of the hybrid proceedings, and that is absolutely correct. Rosemary Barton did speak of the priority for everyone to work from a safe environment. And of course that is a message that this Assembly has been putting out, that we're to be working from a safe environment. And she did say that with the facilities already in committees, in some of the committees, that now was the unique opportunity to introduce those same facilities into the Assembly chamber here for the members. Kelly Armstrong did say that this gave her heart. And of course, she said that it's not often that she writes to the committee or to any committee who act in such a swift and in such a positive manner. And I want to say to all the committee members then today, well done, because you have obviously excelled in that this has come forward in such a swift and a quick manner, and it has given our Assembly members and hopefully or members out in the public, it has given them all heart today. Linda Dillon and Nicola Brogan both spoke of it's our job in this House and this Assembly to show that leadership, and of course it is. Whenever we put out the message, then we need to be given that leadership, we need to be showing that leadership, we need to be putting that into action ourselves. And it's not only these amendments and regulations that's been brought forward, but it's all the regulations that's been put out from this House from the very start of the pandemic back in March of last year. And we are all bound then to adhere to all of those regulations, to the letter of the law, when it comes to all the regulations that are put out and the amendments that are put out by this House for everyone else to adhere to. Then if we are going to give that genuine leadership, we need to be showing that in all of the regulations that are put out from this House, and I think that is a message that needs to go to each and every Assembly member. Jerry Carroll said that this should have been brought about a long time ago, and he made reference to last year to the difficulties that was posed by ministers and members having to self-isolate, and hopefully that will help to overcome the problems that we have seen back then. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, these proposed amendments bring fundamental changes, albeit temporary, to plenary and Assembly business. And given the current circumstances we are in, it is therefore essential that we as an Assembly do all we can to protect each other and adhere to the regulations and the public health guidance. And there's no doubt, as members have already mentioned, there will be teething problems when introducing such a fundamental change, and we must expect that. We just can't expect the whole thing to be set in place one day and the next day it's up and running and there's no problems. We must accept that there will be certain limitations to how members can engage when participating remotely. However, should the Assembly agree these proposals today, the Committee will continue to carry out its role and keep the standing orders under review as it does with all of our standing orders. As part of its review, the Committee would welcome any feedback on any issue relating to the provisions in standing order, and certainly the Committee will act on this should it be required. And just in conclusion, I would like to echo the thanks of the Chairperson to the Committee members and the Assembly officials involved. They have made great efforts to bring these proposals to the House today, and I indeed thank them and sincerely thank them for that. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I take this opportunity to commend this motion to the House this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question now is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. As there are ayes from all sides of the House and no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated and the motion is agreed. Thank you for that. And the final item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.